Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Sunday, October 17th, 2021. It's around 11 p.m. here. If there's anyone in the chat, you could let me know if the audio and video is coming through okay. Today we are playing our final chapter of Dune House Secrets. This is full of spoilers. You can only play this game through once. So if you're planning on playing the game, you shouldn't be watching this. You can come back and watch it afterwards. And you also shouldn't be jumping in chapter 3 if you haven't watched the prologue 1 and 2. Okay, Jonathan says the audio is okay. Jonathan Warner is joining me. He's joining me for the last 2 chapters, and I'm happy to have a companion for this journey. Okay, chapter 3, we're supposed to listen to the introduction on the website and then read the briefing. I have already applied the 2 points of upgrades that we had. Or maybe we did it together, I can't remember. But basically we've got some wild cards. We basically got a bunch of tokens here. At the end of chapter 2, we ended up with 4 weapons and nothing else. 4 weapons tokens and nothing else. Maybe if we had thought about it a little more, we had 2 options for that end of chapter 2. One was to use our subterfuge, which seemed in keeping with our character, to assassinate the guy. But maybe if we had thought about it longer, we would have used our weapons tokens just so we had more of a balance. This would be a real problem if this was all we had, if we didn't have our character abilities. So we can get 1 subterfuge from the assassin, 2 from this assassin upgrade, so we can get 3 more subterfuge. We can get 3 wild upgrades total, which we'll probably use for water, because we can also get 3 spice tokens. So basically we have 3 of everything and 1 of weapons, and a little bit of flexibility if we don't need so much water. So I think we're in okay shape as far as the tokens go. And then we've got 1 ability to have an extra time unit. And then we've also got this envelope for being a pre-order that we're going to read at the beginning of the chapter. So let's read these together now. Okay. So the way these have worked so far is they've been little extra hints. 1 for each of the characters in our party here. So let's read what these are. So we're going to start with Daniel Arias. Read before you start chapter 3. Let's see what his advice to us is. Danik has 1 loyal friend left in Tel Gezer, the old merchant who never sees any threat. Okay, so an old merchant. And this person, Javed Dar, says, loyal officials are priceless. They risk their lives for us. Sometimes we must pay them back. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Okay, this is Gora Malik. She says, all rulers fear for their lives. Every governor must think of ways to escape, even in times of peace. Okay, maybe a hint that the governor, Sorko, may be have plans to escape. We know there are those ornithopters. And here's the character we're playing, Arya Chorus, the spy. She says, I sense a Bene Gesserit plot that failed. I am hoping that we'll get some more interaction with the Bene Gesserit. It's the one part of Dune that I liked quite a bit, the Bene Gesserits. All right, let's listen to the introduction together. So I've been making, getting into coffee and espresso. I just returned an espresso machine and picked up another one. But I've been using AeroPress more. Does everyone know what AeroPress is? First of all, if you want to go down the coffee rabbit hole on YouTube, it's infinite. It has infinite depth, the coffee rabbit hole. And the one video series I've been watching is this guy, James Hoffman. He's got millions of videos on YouTube and millions of subscribers watching him compare whether you stir the coffee with a round stirring motion or a swishing motion. And does these coffee taste like, let's taste the coffee if you reheat it in microwave versus on a pot, or let's taste it if you dip the filter in water before you filter your coffee. Anyway, but AeroPress I quite like. And right now we've been working on using a 1-to-10 ratio. So you measure out your grams of coffee beans, like 10 grams of coffee beans, then you grind it. The grind setting is very important. And then you steep it. The AeroPress, it's an immersion. So you put your coffee grinds, then you put the water in, and then you let it sit for a minute or more, depending on what recipe you want to use. And then you push it out through a filter. And so 1-to-10 ratio is looking pretty good with a tiny bit of half and half. Okay, let's listen to this story here. All right, you can see that, I assume, but you probably can't hear it yet. Okay, you're going to be able to hear it now. Let's watch it. Sometimes it stops playing. Like you got to reload the web. Oh, there we go. Okay, well that was, there were some interesting things there. First of all, we got confirmation of our theory at the end of chapter 2 that it was the Mentat Thufir Hawat that was coming in from Getty Prime, the Harkonnen Mentat who was in charge of things, which was something we guessed. We know that Kamar Mossat was the lieutenant, the second-hand man of Scorpion who we killed. Everything's under lockdown, and everyone's searching for Ackle Marston. I thought he was in Atreides. Maybe he is still of the House of Atreides. I'm not sure. But anyway, he's the guy that knows the location of the weapons cache, and he's got some radiation poisoning, so it's probably some nuclear weapons cache. Okay, and then it said at the end, whoever finds him is going to be in a good shape to take control of this place. Okay, let's read the introduction now. The main square of the market ward is filled to the brim with detained citizens brought in by the Harkonnen security forces. Every stall has been removed. The hum of conversations, weeping, and desperate cries fade away as the HSF soldiers enter the platform. Due to attack on the leadership of the Harkonnen security forces, I have been temporarily appointed as head of the HSF. Kamar Mossat's voice resonates from the speakers. Tel Gezer is under state of emergency. All gates are closed. No one enters, no one leaves. Every home in the city will be searched. Every citizen who doesn't cooperate with the soldiers will be executed. As he speaks this last sentence, the soldiers lead several prisoners to the floating platforms and position them in front of the death tripods. I hereby pronounce Quanat Cartel as a public enemy. The cartel's wealth will be confiscated, and the citizens who know the whereabouts of its members are obliged to inform the security forces. The soldiers strap the prisoners to the tripods. Those who struggle are stunned and bound to the metal arms by force. Every hour, 10 citizens will be executed on the torment ground. Bring me Martyr Akel, and your suffering will end. The outraged crowd bears down on the cordon that separates them from the execution area, but they're suppressed by the HSF soldiers who mercilessly beat and arrest anyone expressing resistance. As the first shots ring out in the square, people begin to scatter, panic, and flee. You back out from the crowd and toward the shadows of a side alley. You see neither Zarzur nor her people among the crowd. The last order she gave you in your hideout after assassinating Rizal was, Harkonnen cannot lay their hands on Martyr Akel. Find him at all costs. Okay. Mission goal, locate Martyr Akel. That's fairly simple. No side goals. It's just find Martyr Akel. Tells us to put the time marker on 14, which I've done. And then it has some special rules for this game. I'm going to move this up here. It says flip the game board over to the other side, which I've done. In this chapter, the consequence track is replaced by the victory point track. Okay? Place the consequence marker on the starting space indicated by the number 4, which I've already done. The rules of moving the marker on the victory point track are the same as the consequence track. If you're instructed to spend a resource token you don't have available in your pool, instead of spending a resource, you may reduce the consequence marker by 1 to read the card. So we can pay a marker instead of a token if we don't have it. Okay, that's fine. And it's interesting. On the other side of this, if we ever got to 0, we read a special story encounter on the app. That's not present here. So we're never going to hear that. That one's going to be bad anyway. We don't want that. But I'm assuming that maybe at the end of the campaign, depending on where this is, we're going to get a different outcome. Remember, this sort of tracks how much the Harkonnens are onto us. All right, and then we've got another, looks like almost a replacement map for Tel Gezer. So there's our original Tel Gezer map. And this one is like a little overlay of the same area. There's Morgana Tarak's Tavern. There's the prison, remember? Or here's the prison, Torment Ground, dogfights. So I guess we don't need the Tel Gezer map. Probably. We'll just put it aside for now. We'll just work with this one. You can see that this one has encounters we can go to. So if we want to spend a time unit, we could search Sorko's estate, or we could spend a weapons token and find the survivors of the Quanat cartel, or spend a subterfuge token to infiltrate Damasu's distant shore. I wonder if, so all of these one-time abilities to gain tokens, the way the one-time abilities work, sorry, let me switch to it for a second. The way the one-time abilities work is the game tells you when you want to activate it, you check the box and activate it. And it would be simpler for us to take all those tokens as soon as we got those upgrades, like otherwise we're risking forgetting about them or whatever. Or you might argue maybe it's too late to take it if you've face a challenge. The only reason we didn't do that is a little bit of gaminess. I was thinking, well, what if we encounter something that says lose this kind of token if you happen to have one? Since we haven't encountered any of those, I'm going to assume we're not going to, and I think we should just gain those tokens now so we know what we're working with. So I'm going to do that now, and if we do get something that says lose a token if you have it, but not if you don't, I'm going to retcon that and pretend we didn't. Okay, so I'm going to cross this to gain a subterfuge token. I guess I'll switch it so you can see as I gain these. I'm going to switch this, activate this to get a wildcard token, which can be used for anything. Then I'm going to use Arya's ability here to gain 2 more wildcard tokens. I'm assuming there are 2 more, okay. And this one to gain 2 subterfuge. And then here we've got 3 spice. Can you see those okay in that monitor? All right, is everyone okay with that idea? I think it makes sense. Now at least we know what we've got available to us. 4 weapons, 3 subterfuge, 3 spice, and 3 wild that we can use for anything. Let's remember we have no water other than these wild cards, so we probably want to save that for that. And you'll remember from chapter 2 that I made these index cards for all the people, which I think has been very useful. We probably don't need these 3 that we wrote down for the different locations where we were going to assassinate Scorpion. So I'll just put those off to the side. I've also organized the, I guess we can go to this camera. Here are the cards from the previous chapters that we have full access to. Here are the cards that we only are allowed to see the front of, with a list of them here, in case we lose track of that. I've put here all these asset cards that we've gained access to. Most of these are not important, they're just pictures of people. Occasionally we got one with something we could do, which we didn't need, but I don't think we're gonna really need any of these cards. There's Scorpion, who we killed, we assassinated by poisoning his medicine. There's Kamar Masat, the person who's in charge of the security forces now. Here is Samit, the person who's been a little bit suspicious. I've been thinking, maybe is that guy a double agent for Zarzura? Remember we read something that someone might be sending information back to Getty Prime, and I was starting to think it's him, so let's keep our eye open on that guy. I agree with you, Jonathan, that I think we go right here and use one of our weapons things, but let's just finish reviewing these characters so we get into the spirit of this game. There's Junis Sorko, the sister of Adam Sorko, who got killed. Look, she's got a little dagger behind her back, although we found her quite friendly. There's the scarred mercenary who we're still hunting for. And remember, we got a clue about him here. What was the clue? That's Tyloo Danik. And Daniel Arias is telling us he has one friend left in Tel Gezer, the old merchant who never sees any threat. So I wonder if we've met that merchant already. Was that the guy? We'll have to see. Oh, look, there's Summit's hideout. Okay, anyone else in here that we care about? There's our guy that we're trying to find, Akel Marston. And he's traveling with the mercenary Tylu Daanek. Okay, so those are our people. We're ready to start the game. This whole game, let me just point out, this whole game has happened in Tel Jazer. This entire game here. We have never left this area. I guess all this, like, we've never even been referred to. I guess someone has come in from Carthage, but yeah, I mean, I guess they're planning on 3 games of this. Maybe they'll reuse this map for the other 2. All right, Jonathan says, and I agree, that since we're flush with weapons tokens, we start by going and looking at the survivors of the Quanat cartel. All right, so we're going to pay a time. All right, we're paying a time marker down to 13, and we're paying a weapons token to go to 305. Let's read 305 together. Quanat's last standing hideout is in the house of one of the many dead cartel members. Servan Asari, Rojas' right hand, is giving orders to fewer than a dozen people, all that remains of the cartel. They are too tired to keep their guard up, and some are wounded. When they finally notice you, you raise your Mala pistol toward their leader and motion to the stack of still suits and still tents. Are you running to the desert, you ask? Asani doesn't answer, but he gulps loudly when he sees a bottle of water sticking out from your bag. You're going to need a lot of this if you want to survive out there. You lower your weapon and throw him the bottle. I'm not your enemy. Yes, we're heading to the open desert, he finally says. Rojas told us to forget about him and save whatever's left of the cartel. I'm amazed that the last order he ever gave us turned out to be his most reasonable. Is he dead? I don't think so. The Harkonnens arrested him, but if they wanted him dead, his execution would have been a grand show everyone in Tel Gezer would be forced to watch. They must be interrogating and torturing him. He'll reveal everything. The sooner we get out of here, the better. But if you care about him so much, tell your leader she might still be able to save him, if she's willing to pay a huge ransom. Don't you think it's risky to run away through the tunnels? I know to expect hell down there, but do we have a choice? He shrugs. It's better to die fighting the Harkonnens than be slaughtered here by Desmea's men. Desmea is the other cartel. The Damasu cartel. We have nowhere else to go. Asani suddenly stops and looks you up and down. Do you need more information? For those other 2 liters you carry in your bag, you take the bottles out and weigh them in your hands. What do you know about Junis Sorko, you ask? Rojas wanted me to take that tricky witch to a hideout, but I couldn't locate her. Someone else must be protecting her. I owe Rojas nothing. You give him 1 bottle. He tries to reach for the other one, but you pull back your hand. Not so fast. What about those 2 men the Harkonnens are looking for? You ask and watch as Asani's face reddens with anger. I'd kill them both if they ever come near me. All of this happened because of them. I cursed Daanek and Adam Sorko for bringing that Akel to Tel Gezer. Did you see them or not? I didn't, but the mercenary visited our medic, Bevan Saer. Ah, Saer, you poor bastard. Where is he? Probably in his house or his little surgical room. I don't care. I told him I'd kill him if he attempted to join our escape. Problematic people have no place in my cartel, that's all. You throw in the bottle and take a last look at the weary, wounded cartel members. Their chances of survival aren't promising. Thank you, you say, heading back to the street, and good luck out there. All right, and now we can spend another weapon to meet with Bevan Sayer. So Bevan Sayer is the medic we've been searching for quite a while. Now, is it the same medic that we used to poison Scorpion? No, that was Red Karuk. So if you'll remember in the previous episode, we poisoned Scorpion by going to Red Karuk, Doctor. 209B. 209B. Let's just refresh our memory here. B was about the Red Karuk. So the back Karuk, a doctor from Getty Prime, so he also had 2 residences or an office, and we thought that might be the same doctor, but no, it's a different doctor. We've now learned his name. I'm going to make a card for him. So Bevan Sayer. I'm going to put he's that the mercenary doctor. So what's his alliance? This doctor, is he the Quanat cartel allied doctor? Our medic, Bevan Sayer. Okay, so he's the Quanat mercenary doctor, and he's on card 305B. So that's an excellent lead for us to track down the mercenary. Should we just move the time? You're right. Why would we? Jonathan says, should we just move the time track back to 14 since we have that one time? You're absolutely right. There's no reason for us to hold it for another chapter since this is our last chapter. So I'm going to mark this, and I'm going to move us back to 14. So here we go. Now we have nothing. Now we don't have to worry about using any of these abilities anymore. Okay, so Jonathan says Sayer was mentioned briefly in chapter 1. I think he works for Genis and Quanat. Okay, you've got a good memory, better than me. If we had been keeping these index cards in chapter 1, we would have an index card for him, so that would have helped us. But it's not important. We don't need to remember any information from him. All right, Jonathan. So we don't have to do this now, right? The rules say explicitly that you're occasionally going to get something that allows you to flip the card, either pay for it or whatever. When you encounter something that lets you flip the card, you must decide right then. But these, you don't have to. But, I mean, we're not going to do this, right? I mean, we've been searching for this doctor and this mercenary this whole game, and Akel is the person we're trying to find. So we are going to do this. I say we do it now. Yeah, so let's just go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to spend one of our 3 remaining weapons tokens. And we're going to pick 306 out. And let's see what this doctor says. That's a lot of weapons tokens we're spending right up front. All right, let's see what it says. The door to Sayer's surgical room is closed, but you easily break the lock to get inside. The medic sits under an operating table, holding his face in his hands. I knew you'd come for me. I knew, he sobs. I regret that I helped them. I truly do. You may execute me, but I beg you to leave my daughters alone, please. I'm not a soldier, and I'm not here to execute anyone, you say as you approach him, but I'll turn you in if you don't give me the information I need. Get up. You help him up. He seems both relieved and confused. What did Daanek want, you ask? To get rid of his scar. It made him too recognizable. An easy procedure. And Akel, was he with him? No. From what Daanek told me, his companion is hidden somewhere deep. But he's in agony. I gave him an anti-fatigue pills, but he won't live much longer. You look at the open medicine cabinet and scattered bottles. Someone was in a hurry when looking for the right one. Don Nick seems to be spending a lot of energy to save a dead man, you say. He's not trying to save him, no. He's trying to save the knowledge the man possesses. Martyr Akel has information that the Harkonnens need. The medic scratches his head and probably wondering if he should tell you what he's about to say. I don't know much about Telexan's shady experiments, but I've heard there's technology that allows you to extract information even from a corpse. The Harkonnens don't care if they catch him alive. You begin to connect the dots. Akel cannot just die, he must disappear, ideally devoured by a sandworm. Do you know where they went? No, and I didn't ask. I already know too much. Okay. Well, that didn't really give us a clue to where they are. He says Akel is hidden somewhere deep. It also told us, I guess, that Tyloo, the Don Nick, might not have his, definitely does not have his scar anymore. So let's update our pages here, our cards. Just going to write down that this guy is no longer scarred. And that's card 306 that told us that. 306. And maybe our card about Akel should be updated. It's Akel. Should be updated to say he's hidden deep. Sounds like maybe, I mean, obviously it could be metaphorical, but it kind of sounded literal, like he's underground somewhere. All right. And this was also card 306. All right, well, let's see which places we have reason to go to. We don't have a reason yet to infiltrate Damasu's distant shore. That's the distant shore was the tavern, I believe. Morgana Tavern, she was the person that took us to the outside prison camp, and she had connections. I'm trying to remember if there was anything about her having a way underground. Khadib Maladi, I don't remember who he is. And we don't have a card on him. Samet is the guy I'm a little bit suspicious of. And then watching the executions, it's just like hey, you want to have some fun? Go watch the torture and executions. And we've got nowhere else to go other than what's on this sheet. And of course, Adam Sorko, there could be some information there. He could be hidden underground there. Any thoughts about where we might start? I mean, I'm tempted to go to Summit's hideout because I'm interested in that side story. Maladi is director of spice transport. My God, Jonathan is remembering everything. Okay, director of spice transport. I mean, we haven't gotten anything in general with these detective games. We try not to go to places that we don't have reasons to go to. That was a cardinal rule in Gumshoe. In Gumshoe, you got a list of these. Jonathan played Gumshoe as well. You've got a list of these places, and if you just went to them randomly, that would feel very wrong. So in Gumshoe, a huge part of the way I played it, at least, was like you have to justify why you're going to some place. So given that there are some places that we know about, I think we should avoid the others for now. I do want to go to Summit's hideout. I do think we should visit the tavern. So these three are the most compelling to me. I want to go to Summit's hideout because I'm very suspicious of Summit. Yeah, let's go to Summit's hideout, 316. All right, so I'm spending a time going to 316. Let's see what 316 says. Summit's hideout is an old house that belonged to a Caladan family that was murdered by the Harkonnens soon after arriving on Arrakis with House Atreides more than a year ago. Oh, he's living in a someone murdered by the Harkonnen. How convenient. The door is unlocked. You don't see or hear anyone inside, and there are no signs of a break-in or burglary. You notice a trap door on the floor and descend to a small basement. There are only a few broken pieces of furniture, several empty boxes on the floor, and a few dried mice carcasses here and there. A gleam of light reflects against something lying on a dirty table. You come closer and see a Ridulian crystal book. It's completely demolished, as if someone smashed it with a hammer. You use a globe to see it better. Only a piece of the cover is still legible. It says, Tylu Danik, Criminal Record. You raise your eyes from the book and illuminate the basement to discover a body lying on the floor. You recognize the man immediately. He's Sammit's assistant. You've met him in the Siege before. He must have been dead for at least a day now. There are neither wounds on his body nor signs of a struggle, but his chin is dirty from the yellow foam dripping from his mouth. Poison. His body and face are contorted in pain, and his hands point towards a trap door on the floor, as if desperately trying to reach it. You approach the trap door and open it to reveal an entrance to the tunnels beneath the city. You hear a quiet chirp and turn to see a bat hanging on the ceiling above the assistant's body. You reach your hand toward the tiny animal. It stretches its wings and floats down into the palm of your hand. Maybe it carries a distrans message implanted by Summit or the assistant. Even if it does, you won't be able to retrieve it by yourself. So we can check out the underground tunnels, or we can find someone to help you retrieve the distrans message for a water token. Well, those are both intriguing. Remember, the bat that sits in the palm of your hand is Zarzur's little pet. So it's a safe bet that it's a message from Zarzur, the leader of the Fremen rebels that we're working with. And we sort of lost contact with Zarzur, so hearing her last message to Samet could be quite useful. It's a water token. We don't have it, but we do have 3 wilds that we have been planning to spend on water. Then, of course, the other super useful, intriguing thing is the underground tunnels, because we know that our guy is hiding somewhere. Does this scene make us more suspicious of Summit or less suspicious? I don't know. And I don't know. There's been several places in this game where I've suspected someone double-crossing someone. I thought the Mentat was double-crossing. I thought lots of people were double-crossing. And that may just be my mindset for these detective games. I'm always looking for someone who's the double-crosser. So maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't know. The question is, are we going to do this? I think if we're going to do this, we might as well do it early to give us more options, right? We don't want to unlock something late in the game when we can't do anything about it. I'm sort of inclined to do it. It seems intriguing enough that I'd want that information. Especially if it's related to why someone is going underground. Jonathan, any thoughts on that? I mean, I am inclined to do it. Okay, Jonathan says go for it. That's all I need to know. We're going to spend one of our wilds, one of our precious wilds as water, and go to 310. And that's wrong pile. 310. Did we need to... Yes, we've done 3. And we've moved it to... Let's remember when I count cards here that we've got a bonus one. All right. 310. Says 310, yeah. Most of the Fremen who remained in Tel Gezer try not to draw any attention to themselves, especially now that they are the first in line to be executed. But you remember some of them were working as slaves at the dog fighting arena. With the city's attention shifted elsewhere, the arena is completely empty, not counting the few workers bustling around the dog cages. When you sneak in, you recognize one of them. He seems to know your face as well. You're one of the Atreides spies, he says, after taking a better look at you. I saw you in Zarzur's hideout a few days before she sent me to gather information in the city. You must have a good reason to come here, I assume. We are actually, the character we're playing is the Atreides spy. They're not all Atreides spies, so it is interesting that we've gotten this card. That seems tailor-made for us. You must have a good reason to come here, I suppose. I need someone who can retrieve a message for me. You explain. You open your bag and show him the bat sleeping in a small cage. I found it next to the corpse of Samet's assistant in their hideout. What? Kanan is dead, he asks, frowning. He takes the bat into his hands and gives it a drop of water. Then he puts the animal close to his ear and listens carefully as it chirps. Kanan said that he says after a moment, that the man they were looking for might have used the gate in Ward 5. He thought that this man knew Natro Kin, the office clerk who could lead him outside the city. There was something else he wanted to talk about. He wanted Samet to explain himself and tell him why he negotiated with the Mentats agents. The bat lets out one last squeak and hides in his pocket. That's weird. What? Kamar Masat was here today with Natro Kin. They walked around the dog cages and Masat told Natro he'd end up in one of them if he didn't tell him all he knew about Danik and Akel. Natro told him that he had let them in once before Adam Sorko's death, but never let them out. He hadn't seen them lately. The dogs start barking loudly as they hear approaching steps. You exchange understanding glances with the Fremen informant and sneak outside before anyone notices your presence here. Okay, so we got some interesting information there, some of which helps us, some of which puts us a bit in a bind of confusion. So let's note, on this card we've got some information. Okay, so first of all, we learned the name, Kanan, is Samet's assistant, who's dead. This is card 310. Okay, so the first thing that's interesting is he says the man they were looking for might have used gate 5. So Akel, or the mercenary, but they're together, might have used gate in Ward 5. Okay, so that's interesting information for us. Now, and then Natro Kin is the guy who runs that gate. Okay. Now, he says there's something else. He wanted Samit to explain himself why he was negotiating with Mentat's agent. So this does lead further credence to the idea that Samit is a double agent and he's working against us. So I think there's a very high likelihood of that now. Now, the part that was a little, that cut both ways for us was this. So this guy says he might have used gate in Ward 5, right? This is the bat is telling what Kanan said before he died, before he was poisoned by Samit. Okay, but now this guy tells us, well, Kamar Masat, this is the evil guy who took over for Scorpion, he says he was here with Natrokin. They were walking around, and Kamar Masat threatened our guy and said, look, you better come clean. And then this guy comes clean and says, okay, yes, I did let them into the city, but I haven't seen them lately. So the dilemma is that on one hand we're being given this clue about the gate in Ward 5 where Natro Kin is, but then we're being given this card that's basically telling us, well, maybe he was threatened and came clean and told the truth that he hadn't seen him. So it's almost like this one is telling us check gate in Ward 5, and this one is telling us, well, he actually didn't see him. If I had to go with my gut would be that this set of cards is telling us that this is not how they escaped. Also, it doesn't make sense that they escaped, because then we won't find them because we're not going there. So, but I'm reading this to say, like, this was a potential lead that we can now cross off our list. So I'm going to just write an annotation that Natro Kin says not seen them. So I'm reading this to say this is not where they went. Not positive, not saying that's a done deal. I'm just saying that my gut tells me that that's not the case. All right, so we should be down 3. 1, 2, 3. Wow, we're already down 3. That's 4 cards minus 1 for our special ability. All right. So we've got additional cards here. We've got one additional clue here that we encounter that we haven't done yet, which is the underground tunnels. And then we've got all of the leads here we haven't done, which include, let's separate the old ones from the new. Okay, so we can go to the tavern, we can go to the Spice Guy's office, or we can watch the executions. Or we could go to the underground tunnels. I mean, Jonathan says Natro Kin was also in chapter 1, might just be giving us information in case we missed it. Yes, you're right. It did repeat information that we had already gathered in case 1. Where is Ward 5? If we wanted to go, if we did think he really was in Ward 5, Ward 5 is here. Down here. There's Kamar Masat's office. So here's Ward 5 in the customs house. So this would be the closest one to that. Khadib Maladi's office is near Natrokin's thing. So that might be a reason to go there. But it seems to me that we don't think they escaped. They've locked down the city, so I don't think he's escaped. So I don't think Natro Kin is our lead. But the underground sure seems like it might be a valid place. So I guess I'm leaning towards the underground. There's something called the cave. Well, that's a good point. There is the cave. Yeah, that's a good point. We don't have that available, to us. It's right near Samat's hideout, if we look at this card. So if you think it's there, then maybe that's the underground tunnels might connect to the cave. So it seems logically we should go to the underground tunnels. What do you think? Let's do it. Let's go to the underground tunnels. All right, underground tunnels 304. So we're going to pay a time token and go to 304. You descend into the dark tunnel. The air reeks with unwashed bodies and bad breath. After a few minutes, you hear muffled voices in front of you. Stay where you are, someone orders. I'm not an enemy, you say as you approach with your hands raised. A dozen people emerge from the darkness. They all wear dirty tatters and point makeshift weapons at you. You see fear in their emaciated faces. They must be beggars hiding in the tunnels, hoping to save themselves from the soldiers. I just need information. You take another step in their direction. Did you see a black-haired Fremen down there? I don't recall, a man in front of the group says harshly. And the mercenary the Harkonnens are looking for? Tylu Danik? Why should I trust you? How am I supposed to know you're not Mossat's spy? You show him the symbol of the red leaf in your hand. A murmur of low, hushed voices spreads through the tunnel. I know this symbol, says the man. You're with the rebels. He lowers his weapon. We saw him in the tunnels under the northern part of the market district. You saw him and you didn't rat him out, you ask? There's a high price on his head. It doesn't matter if we turn him in or not. The Harkonnens would kill us anyway, too afraid of what secrets we may have learned. You suddenly hear screams deeper in the tunnel. Someone is running toward the group. Soldiers! Soldiers are coming! You see a light reflecting on the stone wall. The beggars scatter and disappear in the side tunnels, leaving you alone at this forsaken crossroad. You run toward the basement that you came from. Okay, so that was useful information. It gave us a clue, right? It told us 304B. I'm going to write down this little clue. So, Da'anik, which is also a Kel, since they're together, seen in tunnels under Northern Market. Northern part of the market district. Okay. All right. Well, there's our first real lead. But how do we get to the market? Well, there's the market district. Here. 3. There's Sorko's estate. But there's no clue in the market district for us to directly go to. So the question is, what's the most likely... We've had a couple chances to go to Sorko's estate and we haven't taken them. So I'm inclined to go there. The only alternative would be if we think that there's someone else we could visit that might turn us on to market clues, like the spice office or the tavern. The tavern is kind of like a wild card, like she just might have gossip. And she might have connections, like she could know where the old tavern guy lives. But I say we go to Sorko's estate. It's right next door to the north of the market district, right? Like it borders that. So yeah, I say we search Sorko's estate, and it's. I don't think we ever did it when we had the chance to do it before. Go into the estate. So it seems to me like that's a overdue for us. But Jonathan proposes an alternative that it might be better to risk the tavern early. I'm keen on searching Sorko's estate, but I'm willing to go to the tavern soon after. So I'm going to search Sorko's estate since I'm in charge here nominally. Let's see what we've got. The Harkonnens have nothing left to do with the Sorko estate. Only a couple soldiers watch the gates, and a few others haul away boxes filled with the governor and his family's possession. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. The estate itself is almost untouched, but the hangars are all destroyed. The only remaining ornithopter is on the governor's private landing pad on top of the building. As you sneak into the estate, you see that it's nearly empty. Even the bodies have been cleared out, leaving pools of blood in the silent corridors. You go upstairs and check inside the first door. Nothing there. You go to the next room. Empty. Then the third. The only thing left in this one is an ego likeness of Rojas Genik shimmering against the floor. The image is distorted. Some soldier must have destroyed it for fun. When you take a closer look, you see a piece of paper stuck behind the Shiga wire projector. So we can go to the app and inspect the paper, which is telling us to do that now. So let's go together and look at this piece of paper. All right. So all right, so it's film book 309. You need to be able to hear it. All right, let's go. Sometimes this website just does not want to. Try again. All right. Maybe it doesn't like being full page. Well, it's funny how some of these things like linger on the page for 30 seconds that you don't need it, and some flash away before you do. All right, let's take a look at this. So we know that there's some issue with Sorko or Genik and the wife. Someone was murdered. Lamera was blown up in a car. Please do that for me. That's all I'm asking for. This seems like it's a coded message. Like he's saying, I wish I could go see the statue. He's hinting that he's left information, a little message at that statue. And now the game is letting us go have a new encounter. $3.19. which is Lamira Ganek statue message. I'm convinced there's going to be a message there. All right, but it would cost us a time to go check that out. I think, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. We can't. This is, Jonathan says, do we think this is from Junus? Well, it was the face. Sorry, we've got more to read here, so we can look at this. But it was Rojas. It was a as you sneak into this state, you see that it's nearly empty. Okay. The only thing left in this is an ego likeness of Rojas Genik shimmering against the floor. So Rojas was in a car that was blown up with Lamira Genik, his wife, who was killed. So this is a message from Rojas to one of the Sorcos, maybe to Junus. Maybe it wasn't from Junus, but it's to Junus, saying, you know, I'm sorry everything happened to your family. I'm sorry that your mother. So maybe this Lamira was a Sorco, his wife. Okay, so let's continue reading here, though. Another room from the tossed documents, broken desk, and military awards hanging on the walls, you conclude that it must be the governor's study. You look through the desk drawers and find a key case. All right, so we've got a new asset here, a key case. Very interesting. So it looks like a key case with one missing key. No other information there. But there is a key missing. Now let's open the case. A journal lies open on the floor. On the last page, someone has hastily written, "This is where House Sorco met its destruction." You also notice that several floor tiles have been smashed to reveal the entrance to a secret corridor. You jump down and follow the governor's escape route. On the floor is a tunic with Sorco's sigil. He must have changed clothes to draw less attention in the city. As you reach the end of the corridor, you nearly step in a coagulating pool of blood. This is where the Harkonnens finally caught up with them. You take a look around. It's a basement full of sand and cobwebs. You notice something shining beneath the sand. It's a key, matching the set found in the governor's study. But what door do they open? 302, we can search for the doors that match the key. Well, this is intriguing. So the governor of the Sorco elder, who was the governor, was escaping. He took a key. He goes underground. And then he's killed. So now we have an option to look for the doors that match the key. And we've also got this encounter we don't want to forget. Have we been tracking our time appropriately? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we should be down 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's so hard to remember to do that. All right. Well, I mean, we've come this far. We found the key. I think we should do that. But I'm inclined to go to look at the secret too. Like, I don't want to not do this. Any preference for what order we do these in? I think we should, it makes sense that we would retrace it in the order that the governor would have retraced it. Although we don't know that he did, but first start at the statue and then downstairs. So I'd like to do this first. Also, it will help so that I don't forget to do it. All right, so I'm going to pay a time, go to 319, and see what message was left. Who do we think left this message? Genic, the Quanat cartel guy. All right, let's see what it says. The Genic's home is in worse condition than the governor's. It looks like someone found a lot of entertainment in smashing the doors, burning the roofs, and tormenting the servants. There are a few bodies, but you don't recognize any of them as Rojas. In the courtyard stands the statue of a woman dressed in a still suit. Her raised hand lies crumbled on the ground, and the other holds a pilot's helmet. Someone has hidden a letter behind a crack in the visor, as we suspected. Here's the letter. I couldn't leave this message in the estate. I knew that the Harkonnens would search every room. I didn't lie, though. I wish I could tell your mother I'm sorry for everything that's happened. I wouldn't dare ask you to forgive my father, but you must know that we were all part of someone else's intrigue. Someone is pulling the strings, and it's not Kamar Mossad, not even Glossu Rabban. Whoever it is, they want us to be at war. I think it's the Mentat. A woman came for me a few hours before the estate was stormed. I suppose you can guess who sent her. They don't have any interest in what happens to Akel. They came for me, and I must leave Arrakis to finish my training and take part in their grand plan. Bene Gesserits? Is this Bene Gesserits? I think it is. They are not the type you can refuse. It's the Bene Gesserits. All right. I'm surprised they even allowed me to leave this message for you. You were right. The Kaladins should never have come here in the first place. But I'm glad we had a chance to meet each other. I will always remember you no matter what happens. I don't know. That was not very helpful. Just a little backstory. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. All right. Well, am I missing something useful in that? Someone's pulling the strings. Whoever it is, they want us to be at war. Then a Bene Gesserit came for him. Not very useful. And the part about someone is pulling the strings, we know. You've told us a dozen times that someone's pulling the string. I think Lumeria was Rojas' mother. I think Rojas and Junis were the arranged marriage that got called off. Yes, you're right. It's Rojas and Junis. So it was a letter. It was a note from Rojas to Junis, finishing a subplot. Yes, I think you're right. Okay. We've done this, so I'm going to just make a big check mark that we've done that one so I can forget about this. Don't even need that anymore. All right, well, it seems like we should look at the doors now, right? Search for the doors that match the key. I mean, it would be insane not to do that after having discovered this key and this underground. And maybe if we're lucky, it leads into the market. So let's drop our time track. Go to 302. It's interesting, we're halfway done with the time of today, and we haven't had to use any more tokens. Okay, move the time down, and we're looking at 302. It's not a pleasant feeling to get these short cards, but there is a back to it. All right. After taking a better look around the basement, you don't find any other passages except for stairs to the kitchen. That's where the soldiers must have come from, and, from the look of the bloodstains, it's where they took the wounded governor. The door Seeger Sorko tried to reach must be hidden somewhere nearby. You circle the basement trying to find a clue when you stumble against something. You brush away the dirt and finally find it, the door to the tunnels. The key fits the lock perfectly. If you leave it open, maybe someone in need might use it. Thanks to you, Tyloo Danik may now find the entrance to Sorko's estate and escape the Harkonnens. Gain 2 VP. Okay, so we're going to gain 2 VP here. That's excellent, but this card I'm reading to mean that, like, this is a part of what we have to do. Like, this doesn't get him out. This just means if we find him and help him with other stuff, it's one part of the puzzle to let him out. So we're still going to have to locate him. So we had to go down this thing. We've accomplished something important. But now we haven't found them. That's the end of that. We've run out that set of leads. 8. So we should be 7 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right. Well, that's good though. We've given him a way out of the city. That just confirms what we already suspected, that they are still in the city. So let's look at what we've got left. I don't believe there are any more clues on any of our cards that we haven't resolved. We checked out the message. We examined the tunnels. We met with the doctor. Okay, so we've done everything on the cards. So what we've got left now is, and we searched the estate and we went to Simon's hideout. And we know he was spotted in the tunnels up here. It's possible that there's nothing more to do. Like, we've opened the door so we can escape. We know they're in those tunnels. Is that it? No. Surely we've got to find him. That was our mission. Okay. So we haven't, and we went to the survivors. So we haven't gone to the tavern. We haven't infiltrated Damasu's distant shore, which we don't know why we would do that. We haven't gone to the spice office, and we haven't watched the executions. So I think it's time for us to go to the tavern. I mean, any of them could be equally useful. But it feels like the tavern person might know some gossip or connections. Is this a good place to take a little break? It feels like this mission may be a little short. And if we want to take a break, we should take breaks early. We're sort of halfway. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll go to the tavern if anyone has any different ideas. But so far, it's interesting. We got a lot of tokens here. I hope we're going to get a chance to use them. Okay, so we will take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back then. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're continuing our playthrough of Dune House Secrets, Chapter 3. Where we just left off, we've discovered escape tunnel. We've left it open for Da'anik to escape from, and we got 2 VP points for that. Jonathan Warner says, he points out that among our choices, which are here, a reasonable one, if we're role-playing, might be to do the subterfuge one, since that's our specialty. We're Aria Chorus. So that would be a reason to do that. But then he also suggests something interesting that he says, let's take a look at our pre-order messages here and see if there's anything interesting here. So yes, let's look at these again. Daniel Arias says, Da'anik has one loyal friend left in Tel Gezer, the old merchant who never sees any threat. Never sees any threat. What do you think that means? Is that... we did encounter another merchant at some point. I don't remember about seeing any threat. But anyway, we know that they're up near the market. So if we found any encounter that would let us go to someone in the market, we would do it. So that we understand, I think. I mean, we're already pursuing that. And then Javed is the one that confused us a bit. Loyal officials are priceless. They risk their lives for us. Sometimes we must pay them back. I don't really understand that, although from the look in his eye, I kind of feel like he wants to kill a loyal official. That one we don't really follow. I suppose he could be talking about the spice office if we had to... I mean, there are only 2 officials in this thing. One is Sorko, which is... he's already escaped. One is the spice office for Khadib Maladi. I wish we could remember more about Khadib Maladi, where we've seen him before. Like, was he on our side? Was he helpful? Is that the guy that worked for Zarzur? Like, that was friendly to the rebels? We may have to search for Khadib Maladi. Some good notes would have really helped us there. Or it could mean we should go to the executions and get revenge somehow. I don't know. All right, let's see. Who's next? Gora Malik. What did she say? All rulers fear for their lives. Every governor must think of ways to escape even in times of peace. Well, that one we already did. We went to the Sorko's estate and we found their escape area and we left the door open. So this one's been resolved. We don't need that one anymore. And then Aria Chorus, the person we care about, says, I sense a Bene Gesserit plot that failed. Well, we did get real hints about a Bene Gesserit plot when we visited that statue, if you'll remember. So it almost feels like maybe that is... Are the Bene Gesserit running this whole scheme to turn the cartels against each other and sow chaos? Is that the Bene Gesserit plot? That failed. But this one hasn't really failed. So I'm not sure what that means. It failed. Alright, we may have to come back to those. Doesn't really clear this up entirely for me. The only question would be, do we have the energy to try to find Khadib Maladi? Not sure I do. I suppose we're probably going to go there. At some point we're going to run out of encounters. It's weird that we have these 2 that we don't really 3 that we don't really have strong motives to go to. Khedive Moadi is the customs house. War officers of the entrance. I mean, I don't think they're here. All right, let's go to the tavern. Sorko had a concubine. Was she related to the Demasu? Yes, I believe you're right. I believe she was. I remember her name. I'm not sure I wrote it down here. Let me look at that cartel. There was the woman with the opulent. I think you're right, Jonathan. Jonathan says Sorko had a concubine. Was she related to the Demasu? For sure, he had a concubine, and I think she might have been related to the Demasu and that brothel. So maybe that would be a reason to go there if we think they're involved in that. All right, since we haven't spent any tokens yet and we're halfway done, maybe let's do that. A Bene Gesserit breeding scheme, says Jonathan. Breeding, really? I don't remember the breeding scheme. But now you've got me wanting to go there since we can use our role-playing. All right, let's use it. We're going to use one of our subterfuge. That's our specialty. We're going to go to 320. We're going to see if we can't uncover more of this plot, although this doesn't feel like it's related to finding our people, which is our main goal, but maybe it will open something up. Here we go, 320, I'm moving the track down. The distant shore has never been this busy. You don't see the rich clients and cartel members that usually frequent the establishment. Armed Damasu members regroup, commanders give orders and listen to dispatches, and a crowd of low-ranked workers pack boxes and containers into ground cars. Take everything to the hideouts, says one commander. You want to enter with a group of cartel members, but you're stopped by 2 guards at the entrance. Hey, why don't you let me in, you ask? I'm here to help. I don't know you, says the guard. Are you new here? Exactly. All right, says the guard and steps aside. Move on. But Desmea said, objects the other guard, Desmea's not here, and we have a lot to celebrate. So you better relax, my friend. The atmosphere inside is full of eager anticipation. People exchange information and slap each other's soldiers. Several high-ranked cartel members stand around a table, engaged in a heated discussion. There's also one man in a black uniform. It's not a brothel anymore, it's a command center. You join 2 workers resting on pillows packed against the wall. Just got here. Any news, you ask? Servan Asani is Qanat's leader now, says one of them, an old man with a scarred face. He gathered whoever was left, and now they're planning to escape the city through the tunnels. We know about that. We already met Servan Asani, and he is planning to escape. What are the leaders going to do with them? We will crush them and take all the spice they have left, of course, answers a young man with a fresh teardrop tattoo under his eye. These are the tattoos when they kill someone. It's just a small group of survivors, says the older man. Why even bother? The cartel's been planning this for years. We can't leave the job half done. I've heard Thufir's man saying that our fighters don't have to do anything, says a prostitute who hands you a glass of water. Kamar Mossat has already issued an order to cut Qanat off in the tunnels. And what about Tai Lu? Asks the older cartel member. The Mentat is still looking for him, she answers. Our fighters are watching Medwin Vaughn's home. He used to work for the Atreides as well. Maybe Dominic will be stupid enough to seek help from him. Anyway, he can't hide forever. He would have to grow wings to get away. And who's this martyr Akel? We know nothing except that he was important in the Atreides family. Desmaya should explain everything soon, says the younger man. She has his file in her office. The whole... Are you mad? Says the prostitute in a hushed voice. You've looked at Desmaya's documents? What? No. I saw his name on the cover. Hey, look, it's Cora. He changes the topic, pointing to the stairs. When others notice her as well, there's a round of applause. She smiles, but doesn't seem to share the cartel's enthusiasm. When she descends the stairs and is joined by the man in the black uniform who's been speaking with the commanders. When they pass by, you hear him talking to Cora. Sure, Damasu can celebrate. They've got what they wanted, but it wouldn't be such a mess if Desmaya caught Akel and Don Nick when she had the chance. You go back to work, but some people start to look at you suspiciously. It's time to leave before they realize you're not one of them. So we can break into her office, or we can secure Medwin Vaughn's house. Well, these are some tricky options here. Now, a woman comes down the stairs named Cora. Is that the concubine? Was that the concubine's name, Cora? Like, that would make sense now that if that's part of the Bene Gesserit scheme to get that that woman there. Does that ring true to you, Jonathan? Was Cora the name of the concubine? I'm going to look through the prologue cards. Jonathan has a good memory. Doesn't remember, though, he says. I don't see it here. It may be on the chapter introductions. Would it make a difference if we knew for sure? Not really. It doesn't affect anything we do here. But now we've got some tough decisions to make. So this is saying, our fighters are watching Medwin Vaughn's house. He used to work for Atreides as well. Maybe Dinek will be stupid enough to seek help from him. So it sounds like if we spend one of our weapons tokens, which we only have 2 of, maybe securing the house is part of the puzzle. Jonathan says he found a note. He thinks it was Cora. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense that the part of this plan, and the man in black may be the Mentat. So, like, that woman was Sorko's concubine and helped set in motion this whole plan to put everyone against each other and bring down the Sorkos and Cornats. Regardless, though, we've got 2 very good options here. Break in and look at Akel's file. But, I mean, that's awfully appealing because we want to know more about him, but at this stage, I don't see how that really helps us much. I mean, we kind of know his backstory enough, don't we? I don't think we need more information on him. I don't think it's worth breaking in for that. I mean, thematically, story-wise, I feel like, I mean, I would like to know a little bit more about his history, but I feel like it's just a storyline. It's not going to help us find him. Since we don't have to do it now, I suggest we don't do that now. Securing the house. I almost feel the same way. Like, I do think we will want to do that. I do feel like it's that victory thing. Like, it feels like it would help us secure it. And it's possible that we'll find them there. But my gut tells me we're going to want to do this, but maybe we don't have to do it yet, and maybe it's just going to get us more victory points. So let's leave it undone for now. Let's go to the tavern. Jonathan says we could explore a bigger location first. Yeah, let's try to open up a little more here on this page. So let's visit Morgana's tavern, and first let's make sure we've paid for all these in time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. -1 is 8. So we should be at 6. Okay, so we're correct there. Okay, let's visit Morgana Tarek's tavern. Morgana Tarek's place seems to be open and working as usual, but as you enter, you immediately sense that something's wrong. The regular chatter and laughs are replaced by a handful of citizens sitting silently. Morgana mops the floor covered with blood and spilled drinks. You show her the symbol of the red leaf. You shouldn't be here, she says sharply. It was one of the rebels who killed Scorpion, am I right? Quite impressive, I must say, but the city's in flames now. Send Zarzur my congratulations. Why did you come to me? Are you still with us? It depends. Some woman was executed in my tavern because the soldiers thought she was from the resistance. She sighs heavily and wipes the sweat from her forehead. Ah, come on, sit down. You sit at the counter and watch Morgana pour a couple spice beers. You drink in silence for a few minutes. Are you going to get me into more trouble? Asks Morgana after emptying the first glass. Because I already have one big problem down in my basement. His name's Rakim Stern, and I already regret agreeing to help him. Scorpion's assistant? What is he doing here? After Scorpion died, he ran away with the slave girl Narin. He's under my protection for now. The Harkonnens are searching for him, and they want him alive. Why are you risking yourself for him? What did he offer you? A generous amount of spice. Morgana clears her throat and changes the topic. Have you heard about Damasu's attacks on Qanat? They're killing them all on sight and burning their offices. And the worst part of it, the Harkonnens are acting like nothing's happening, as if they didn't mind getting rid of Qanat as well. And what about the Sorkos? Any news? I've heard Junis returned to the estate after the assassination of Scorpion, but disappeared again shortly before her father's death. Someone escorted her to safety. Others in the estate were either killed or imprisoned. Apparently, the Harkonnens want to extract every piece of information they can from them. Only a few nobles were spared, and Cora Tura, of course. What about her? They questioned her but let her go the same day. She works for Desmea, and Desmea apparently works for the Harkonnens now, so I'm not surprised. When you raise your glass to take another sip, you catch a glimpse of a woman sitting in the corner of the room. She's wearing a long flowing robe and her face is covered with a hood, but you can't help the feeling that she's been observing you for quite some time now. Bene Gesserit. Thank you, Morgana, you say, leaving the tavern, doing your best to avoid the pools of blood. You look around and see that the hooded woman has disappeared. Be careful out there, answers Morgana, pouring herself another glass of spice beer. When you step outside, you see the woman again. She walks away, but your eyes meet when she turns toward the rear of the building. All right, and now we've got two new options. We can persuade Morgana to let you speak with Rakeem Stern. That will cost us a spice token, which we have plenty of. Or follow the hooded woman. Neither of which have to be done now. It's a little odd that it's like, take your time. You can follow her now or anytime. You would think there might be a little mechanic that was like detective, like dig deeper, like you have to do this now. All right, well, I mean, they're both intriguing, but do they help us find our people? That's the question. Do they help us find our people, which is our mission? Our mission is to find that person. The hooded woman could be Junis, or it could be Bene Gesserit, which it kind of sounded like it was Bene Gesserit, but then again, it sounded like it's possible Junis is Bene Gesserit. But more interesting, it sounds like that Cora concubine was Bene Gesserit. Remember the concubine in Dune, the good woman, she was Bene Gesserit. Are there any other leads we haven't followed yet? Yes, there's also that house, securing the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're 9. We should be down 1. We're running out of time. We got 5 more things to do. I mean, all of those are good. This one is nagging at me like I don't. It's jumping out like I don't. I feel like we should go there because we don't understand its significance. So I'm inclined to go there, but then we risk running out of time to do these. Any thoughts? Follow the spice. Okay, so we're going to 321. All right, let's see what we got here. The customs house is almost empty, but you hear Khadib loudly stamping documents in his office. You enter without knocking. The moment you show him the symbol of the red leaf, his face reddens. Are you crazy? He runs to the door and locks it. If anyone sees you here, we'll all hang. Yeah, this is the, sorry, let me let you see it too. This is the guy we talked to and showed our red leaf to before, and he helped us. So he says, are you crazy? He runs to the door and locks it. If anyone sees you here, we'll all hang. I wouldn't show up if it wasn't urgent. I'll be gone as soon as you give me the information I need. And you better hurry, says Khadib, and returns to stamping and signing the papers. Was Samit here? Why are you asking? He's one of you. He seems puzzled. He was here some time ago, looking for that man everyone is after, Tailu Da'anik. Did you answer him? And how am I supposed to know where he is, if the Harkonnens can't even catch him? I told Samit to go to Natro Kin, the office clerk at the city entrance in Ward 5. He's quite popular with the local criminals. If it wasn't for Kin, many of the smugglers would never make it through customs. I'm sure Dunix contacted him in the past, like every other mercenary in Tel Gezer. You point to the pile of documents on the desk. I see you're busy. You better know I am. He seems happy that someone's finally pointed it out. Mossad wastes no time. He confiscated Sorko's possessions and we're sending them to Carthage, he says, browsing through the papers. I thought you were responsible for the spice transport. The head of another department got executed yesterday. Someone had to take over his responsibilities, he answers briefly. Works of art, furniture, weapons, all kinds of other valuables. And as soon as air traffic is back to normal, they'll take Sorko's private ornithopter from his estate. Mossad is making amends to his superiors? Exactly. I don't know if some artwork and a few antique swords will be enough, though. Glossu Raban is furious about his lockdown interrupting the spice harvest. He sighs. Moreover, the merchants are flooding Mossad with compensation requests. Of course, he doesn't bother to take them into consideration, so I'm sure they'll soon find a way to evade his regulations. Khadib puts the stamp down and rubs his tired eyes. I've already told you more than I should. I have enough paperwork to keep me busy for another standard year, and if I get executed for talking to the rebels, no one will do it for me. You should go now. The soldiers are everywhere. So we can find natural kin in Ward 5 or talk to the complaining merchants. Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like with this chapter, Jonathan says something that I was thinking as well. Is this the pre-order hint merchant? It wasn't just the pre-order hint merchant that told us about... it wasn't just someone that the pre-order hint told us about the merchant, which is here. The old merchant who never sees any threat. But it's also, we read something else that pointed us to the merchant. To the merchant area. We know they were going up in the north. I do want to point out that more than any of the other chapters, I feel like we've got a bunch of places we'd like to go, and I feel like time constricting around us. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Minus 1 is 10. So we're down here now. So we only have, presumably, 4 more actions to take. And we already have more than 4 things that we'd like to do. It's weird that we're given this option to talk to the complaining merchants, because that seems irrelevant to our interests, except for the fact of tracking down this merchant area. So I think we should do this. I think we should do these merchants. But we've got a bunch of things that I'd like to do that I'm worried we're not going to have enough time for. But I think we do talk to the merchants. Jonathan, what do you think? I mean, this is our second hint about merchants. It seems like we'd be foolish to not pursue it. So yeah, let's go to the merchant. But boy, I am not happy about running out of time. 307. Now you see, if we knew we weren't going to need... Look at all these tokens. If we had any idea that we weren't going to need so many tokens, we would have gotten the upgrade and we could have gotten 2 more time. Which would have really been nice. Alright, 307. Talk to the complaining merchants. This does not look like it's full of great information. Feels like a waste of time. The owl market is unusually quiet. No one's roaming the narrow alleys anymore, except for several soldiers scaring off the last few lingering traders collecting goods from their stalls. You observe the situation from the balcony of a nearby house, where you've managed to meet with the 2 merchants who filed complaints about losing their income due to Kamar Mossad's actions. We used to deliver resources to the labor camp, among others, says one of them. Yesterday we wanted to organize a transport as usual, but we couldn't get permission this time. All control points in the city are guarded by the soldiers. But the spice must flow, adds another one. The labor camp is still functioning. Glossu Raban was angry about the harvest slowing down because of the investigation, so now Mossad is transporting new workers directly from the city. But how, you ask? Tel Gezer is under lockdown. They use military ornithopters under the highest security measures, and they'll kill everyone who tries to get into these ornithopters without a proper pass. This all spiraled out of control. I can't help but wonder if someone sparked the chaos intentionally to harm the image of the Harkonnens in the eyes of the Emperor. They'll lose weeks of spice harvest if this continues. Okay, so this card was a total whiff. It is fleshing out a little bit of the backstory that this is all made to make the Bene Gesserits are trying to make the Harkonnens look bad. But boy, this was... Jonathan says, this was not the merchant we were looking for. Boy, with time so tight, that hurts that this card was totally useless to our mission. That rubs me the wrong way. Did we pay for it? So we should be at 11. I guess we paid for it. 11, 12. So yeah, we paid for it, but boy, that was just totally wasted time. That just seems wrong to me. All right, well, the only place we haven't gone to here is the executions. We've got no good reason to go there. You could imagine that maybe we would find the merchant there being captured. That card we looked at, 321, didn't tell us that merchants, didn't specifically say merchants were being captured, did it? I'm just trying to, this is really stretching it, but this guy is saying, I told Samit to go to Natrokin. This is really tough. It's kind of like so this deal with Natrokin is frustrating because on one hand we've seen 2 encounters. Maybe we should spend tokens we paid for them, yeah. We've seen 2 encounters, though, that are mentioning Natrokin as a natural place that our guy would go, and now Samit's going there. So, like, it seems absolutely essential that we would go there. But at the same hand, I feel like we worked to get this information that Natrokin was saying he hasn't seen them. So it feels like, should we have already figured out that he's not at Natrokin? Like, we think he went to the merchant, not Natrokin. So that is very frustrating. On one hand, we've got lots of evidence telling us to go there. On the other hand, we've got evidence that seems to suggest to us that it would be a waste of time. So Jonathan says maybe we should just spend tokens. By that, I assume you mean, here are the 2 items that require tokens that we haven't done yet. Wow, we've only got time to do 3 things. And there's 2 that require tokens. I do think that these are going to be important for our victory. This one in particular, securing the house that he might show up at. And this is the one to talk to the guy, the right-hand man. Wow, was this a waste? We wasted 2 time here. If we don't go, well, okay, going here, let us go to Natrokin. If we don't go to Natrokin, we've wasted 2 time here doing nothing. Do you have a preference for which of these we should do, Jonathan? Persuade Morgana to let us speak to Rakeen, or secure the house. 320 was infiltrate the place. You know, I think the one that's more likely to give us victory is doing this military one, securing the house he might show up at. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, we've secured his escape route, and maybe we want to make sure that this place he goes to, which is the person he knows. Yeah, I think this could be the person's house. I'm going to do this one, 313. I'm going to move us down to 2. I'm going to go in 313. I don't want tokens. I want more time. All right, Jonathan agrees. We're securing the house. Okay. So as we sort of guessed, I can see on the bottom here, it says we're gaining 2 VP. So let's look at this. The area of the city where Vaughn's house is located is a relatively calm residential area. There aren't many soldiers here. You can only see a few beggars who have nowhere to hide, and a couple of residents try to scramble into their homes as fast as possible. You reach the door with a plaque that reads, Medwin Vaughn, Imported Goods Merchant. Okay, so here's our merchant. At least we found this person. You walk past the house and see 4 more beggars, 2 in each of the alleys on both sides of the building. You see a black teardrop tattoo under the eye of one as he adjusts his hood. You turn into the first alley. The men take a quick look at you, but when they see you're not the one they're looking for, they go back to observing the streets. That's when you take both of them down with your Mala pistol before they realize what's going on. You leave the bodies as they are. They look as if they've passed out from heat or dehydration. It will take a while before anyone notices they're dead. You round the house and sneak up on the 2 remaining Damasu men. One of them hears your steps and tries to draw his weapon, but he's too slow. A few seconds later, they're both down. The way is clear. Thanks to you, Tailu Danek won't fall into this trap when he arrives. Interesting. When he arrives. All right, we had to spend a weapons token, and now we've got 2 victory points. Okay, so now the puzzle of the game is becoming clear. We're setting up a path for the escape. We've gotten 4 victory points towards that. But we need 1 more to really win. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Minus 1 is 12. That puts us on 2. Okay, so we've got 2 more left. 2 more actions we can do. We've secured a house so that when Tailu gets there, he won't be captured. We've secured his escape route so that he can escape. What else do we have to do to help him get out safely? Let's look at the things we haven't done yet. From here, we haven't watched the executions. That's it. From here, the only thing we haven't done is watch the executions. But then we've got a whole bunch of side things. We haven't broken into the office to get Akel's files. We did this one just now. We haven't persuaded Morgana to let us speak to Rakim, the second-hand man, and we haven't followed the woman. And we haven't talked to Natro Kim. Those are the 3 things we haven't done. So we've got 4 actions we haven't done. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus the executions. So we've got 5 potential things and 2 time. We already secured the house, right? We secured the house. All right, so there's a couple ways to think about this. We've got 1 card that wants a token. So using the logic we've used so far, there's some sense to you do picking the one that's the highest cost. That would be this one. Although it doesn't, talking to that guy doesn't seem super useful to me, but maybe it is. The one I'm really struggling with is the Nacho Kin, because we've had things pointing us to that and things pointing us away from it. But I guess if I had to choose any, I'd lean towards the one that's making us spend the spice. Spending tokens so far has netted us VPs. You're absolutely right. Both cases where we spent tokens at a place has given us VP. So I guess that sells it. Boy, I've got a bitter taste in my mouth also at having paid so much in upgrades for these tokens when we could have bought extra time. All right, well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's do this one. 301. Persuade Morgana to let you speak with Rakeem Stern. Here we go. We're spending a spice. We're spending a time. We've still got something left on this one we haven't done, but let's go do 301. Well, this is not what we expected. As you descend the stairs to Morgana's basement, you hear a voice getting louder and louder. Yes, it might work. They said I could use their ornithopter whenever I need. You open the door. Rakeem Stern circles the room and scribbles across the wall with a piece of chalk. You don't understand anything from the graphs and writing. He doesn't seem to notice you. It might work, he repeats like a mantra. A young woman sits in the corner of the room. She looks at Rakeem with indifference and slight amusement. Naren, is that you, you ask? She gives you a weak smile, and you nod toward Rakeem. What happened to him? He's been like this since yesterday, losing his mind from paranoia, she says. After Scorpion's death, he freed me from the golden cage and brought me here, from one cage to another. He told me we would fly from Arrakis and start a new life somewhere else, but we haven't even left Tel Gezer yet. Did he say anything else? He told me Scorpion knew who Akel was, and why everyone was so desperate to find him. Akel is the last person alive who knows where the Atreides nuclear arsenal is hidden. Now the Harkonnens probably think we're somehow involved in all this, especially if we run away. Yes, it might work, continues Rakeem, still not paying any attention to you. The smugglers and mercenaries have been using these routes for years. It might work. You pick up a crumpled sheet of paper from the floor. What's this, you ask? Probably another map of the landing pad, Naren shrugs. He's been scribbling it all night. Then we could examine the landing pad. All right, this is very troubling. Jonathan says, one more time to see the risk bag. If we lose one and gain 2, it would be a net gain of 1. So as you do remember, which is the important thing, if we draw from this, we will most likely get a red, which will bring down our victory points. So far, we've been gaining 2 at a time. So the idea of losing 1 is not terrifying, because it seems like being at 8 or being at 7 seem like both are not perfect scores. And if the next way to gain it is 2, then why do we care if we lose 1? So I am inclined to do this. I will just say, though, that, like, why do we care about the landing pad? If he's escaping through this tunnel we've left open for him, I don't know why the landing pad is useful to us. Like, are we securing a way for this guy to get out? Like, we don't care about him escaping. So that's weird to me. Like, we don't want to help this guy. Is that what we're doing? Examine the landing pad? Um, it is true that this woman said, all rulers fear for their wives. Every governor must think of ways to escape. So is it that we're going to fly this ornithopter out to pick him up? That's weird to me. But it does seem like we have to decide now. It's our last chance to pull from that bag. Surely we're going to do it. Surely it wouldn't make us lose our victory for no reason. All right, let's do it. Now what would be wonderful is if we finally drew a green from this bag, which we've only drawn one this whole game. All right, you ready, Jonathan? We're going to do this. This one better be valid for us. Here we go. It's a red. We've drawn too many reds. Reds that we shouldn't have drawn. We were due a green. Zachary Brown is in the chat for the finale. All right, let's turn this over. We better get some VP. We did not get some VP. Wow. Okay, we're going to have to make a decision here. The landing pad is suspiciously calm in comparison to the streets of Tel Gezer. No soldiers, no screams, no shots. You sneak in through a gap in the wall and follow one of the unsecure routes that Rakim marked on his map. All the ornithopters are hidden in hangars, not a worker in sight. Was the landing pad closed? You walk down the empty, narrow corridor as you suddenly stop when a Harkonnen soldier blocks your way. You want to turn back, but it's too late. Another man is already a few meters behind you, trying to get into your ornithopter. We knew you'd come, traitor. The soldier pulls off his helmet and takes a better look at you. Wait, it's not him. Are you one of those rebels, then? Asks the other soldier and punches you in the stomach. Did Rakim join you voluntarily, or did you bribe him with Scorpion's slave? I don't know what you're talking about, you answer, once you catch your breath. Where is Rakim's stern? The soldier leans over you and you feel his breath against your face. Listen here, you either tell me now and I let you die fast, or you know it's now or never. You punch the soldier in the face and break free, but he pulls the strap of your bag and tears the fabric apart. Your belongings scatter across the floor. You reach your Mala pistol and shoot the other soldier, but there's no time to pick up anything else. You hear alarms ringing everywhere and more Harkonnens heading your way. The only thing to do is run for your life. Randomly discard half the tokens from your resource pool, rounded down. Okay, so we'll have to wait till we discuss this game to talk about how ridiculous it is that we paid so highly for this horrible experience. Now we're supposed to throw out our tokens, and we're going to have to, we discussed this in the beginning. We took all of these tokens from our upgrades that we didn't have to take at the beginning of the game, just to make it easy for us to do bookkeeping. And we said at that time that if we take these and we encounter something that makes us discard, we're going to rewind, since we knew at the start we were only taking them for convenience and we wouldn't have taken them otherwise. So we're going to we're going to assume we didn't have these. We didn't have these. We did have this, but we didn't have these. So we would have only had this one. We lose half, rounded down is 0. So we're not going to lose any tokens. There's no doubt that that's what we would have done. We had a chance to gain the one spice that we used. We could have gained it here with this when we spent the one spice we used. So we still didn't use this one. That's those two. Same thing with the... Oops. Same thing with this one. We could have waited and not gained 2. And same thing with the assassin ability to gain 2 subterfuge. So we just wouldn't have cashed those in. But, I mean, how absurd is this? Okay. But we did have to pay this. So I should have dropped this down to 7 for that decision. So we're now at 7. And this was just a horrible, punishing card. Maybe we should have known not to follow him. There was no logic to why we were following him, but it seemed ridiculous that we would pay so much to go down that path and then not see it through. We've only got one time left now. We can either go watch the executions and volunteer to be executed. We could go... We already paid the spice to go to him. Did we pay the spice, or should we... Was it one of these that we didn't pay yet? Jonathan, do you remember? Did we have 2, or should we have paid that? We can follow the hooded woman. We can try to retrieve Akel's file. We could try to follow Nataro Kin. Those are our options. We only have one action left. If the game continues in its path, so when we went and visited her, we took a time to visit her. Then we took a time to go speak to the guy. Then we took a time to do... No, and then we flipped the card. So we spent 2 actions going to her, and that didn't help us at all. If we can, we've got one more action. If we can, Jonathan says, follow the hooded woman. She'll jump us and take half our resources. You're joking, but it feels like that could happen. But if we can make one more progress towards helping Tyloo and Akel escape, we could still get the perfect victory. So we still have a chance with 2 more victory points. But the question is, what encounter would be most likely to help Tyloo and Akel make their escape? Like, we went to one place and it said, you've secured their house so they're not going to get caught when they go there. And then we went to another place that said, you've secured the escape so they can get out here when they arrive here. So what other place would we go that would set up their escape for their trip? So Natro Kim would be the one place that we've been hinted to Tyloo would be likely to go to. And then we have just shots in the dark. The executions, the file on Akel, or the hooded woman. If the hooded woman is a Bene Gesserit, and we know the Bene Gesserit are involved, then there's that. Anything left in the pre-order hints? Not really. I mean, there's... This one we already understand quite well. Danek has one loyal friend in Tel Gezer, the old merchant. Okay, so we solved that. Then there's this one. All rulers fear for their lives. Every governor must think of ways to escape, even in times of peace. So, like, that gave us victory points. Okay, so we've got 2 of those tips gave us victory points. And now here are the other 2. I sense a Bene Gesserit plot that failed. So that might point us to the Bene Gesserit. But I'm not sure how we would get points for that. And why does it say it's failed? That's that's a little confusing to me, right? Because it seems like the Bene Gesserit plot is going according to plan. They're trying to make the Harkonnens look bad. I suppose you could say it failed. They're trying to make the cartels go against each other and make the Harkonnens look bad. But maybe if the Harkonnens find the guy, then they won't look so bad. So I don't know how this one tracks into us getting victory points. This one is a little more confusing for us. Loyal officials are priceless. They risk their lives for us. Sometimes we must pay them back. Let's read the card about Natrokin again. In fact, we got a bunch of Natrokins, because that's the one I'm leaning towards. Okay, let's see what we've got here. We're asking where Tyloo Da'anik is. That's the person we're trying to sort of find and rescue. How am I supposed to know if the Harkonnens can even catch him? I told Samit to go to Natrokin, the office clerk at the city entrance in Ward 5. He's quite popular with the local criminals. If it wasn't for Kin, many of the smugglers would never make it through customs. I'm sure Da'anik contacted him in the past, which we know he did, like every other mercenary. So, I wonder, is this telling us... So, we got a card early on. We got 2 cards pointing us to Natrokin. But the second one seemed to tell us that maybe we shouldn't be trying to get to Natrokin, because it basically said that... Yeah, here, let's read it together. Here's the card we got earlier. Kamar Masat was here today with Natrokin. They walked around the dog cages, and Masat told Natro he'd end up in one of them if he didn't tell him all he knew about Da'anik and Akel. Natro confessed that he had let them in once before Adam Sorko's death, but never let them out. He hadn't even seen them lately. The dogs start barking loudly as they hear approaching steps. You exchange understanding glances. So, one way you could read this, when we read that, we said, like, he's confessing and he says he hadn't seen them. So I was thinking, okay, that means that's not the route that our people are taking. But you might argue that maybe what we should be doing is going to Natrokin and bribing him to let our people escape when they like, maybe that's the last piece of what we have to set up for victory points. We have to bribe this guy so that when Natrokin does show up, so that when our guys show up at Natrokin, he lets them through. We can rule out executions. It would just lead to more choices. Yes, you're absolutely right. Even if it's useful stuff, it's not going to be something we can follow up on. Maybe it was Rojas and Junis getting together, but it failed. That, you mean the Bene Gesserit plot? That's interesting. That failed. That's an interesting theory. Well, I'm leaning towards this, going to Natrokin, and it's the one that I think seems most likely to get us victory right away. But it's really like this has happened before with this game and this series, where I feel like I'm being told, it's not that I'm being given no information. I'm being told on one hand, go here, go here, go here, and another card is saying, don't pay attention to the tricks that are leading you there to this location, because I've given you now this wonderful little nugget of clue that will save you the time of going there. And I don't trust the designers enough to trust that little hint not to go there. So, and what would the other option be? The other option would be to look at his records, try to get in his records, and follow the hooded woman. Those are our options. From those, I think Natro Kin is the one that seems most likely to me, but it's also the one of all of them where you could arguably say we should have known not to go there. I like the way Jonathan metagames this. It matches with how I play these also. Jonathan says, on this card, right, that we went to, 321, he says, well, we went to the merchants and that was a total waste. But if this is also a waste, then this card was a waste. But now John says the same thing is true with the hooded woman. That if this was a waste, which it was, then is this likely to also be a waste? And this is the one we had to pay for. So unfortunately, that logic doesn't help us, because in both cases we would say, would the designers really make both actions a waste? But as Jonathan has now pointed out, okay, well, that rules out this one then. Okay, so we're not going to check his file. We've ruled that out. So we've only got two choices now. We can follow the hooded woman, or we can go to Natro Kin. Now, let me tell you what I would do if I was playing by myself, not on camera. For a game you could only play once, I would say, I'm going to go back in time and change my mind about the upgrades and get an extra time and do both of them, or maybe more. But I feel constrained not to cheat on this stream. And perhaps it would be a bad idea too, because we want to give a review, an honest review by playing by the rules. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to let you choose here where we go. Natro Kin, or you may not want the pressure of that. Not joking aside, one of the real benefits to playing with a partner, playing with someone with these games, is you'll occasionally get to points where you feel like the burden is too high for me, the pressure is too much for me to make this decision. And in those cases, it's very frequent that the person you're playing with is like, okay, I can take on this burden in this case. And so you sort of play, you switch roles for that when you get to these points, and one person takes the bullet, and you all feel a little better because you were asking them to make the responsible call, and they did it, so they feel like, well, I've taken the responsibility. They feel like they did their job, even if it was wrong. My gut tells me Natro Kin, just because the following the hooded woman just seems more random and more open-ended, whereas Natro Kin feels like at least we've got some logic to it. I go, Natro Kin info checks with what we know from chapter 1. I go with hooded woman, but she might beat us up. Yeah, is that going to give us just a repeat of information we already knew? That's the question. Okay, I'm gonna make the final decision here to go to Natro Kin, and I'm gonna use a little bit of metagaming strategy on this as well, which is that sometimes important places, the game designer will have multiple ways of pushing you there. And now this is like the third place that's pointed us to Natro Kin. Although this is the only place we were able to go to him. All right, I'm going to go to Natro Kin. But we'll look at this card eventually, and we'll see if we should have visited the Bene Gesserit. All right, we're going to Natro Kin. Jonathan, do you think it's going to be useless information? Like just a repeat of information we already have? Like that's going to hurt if it is. But here we go. We're down to 0. I'm drawing 314. Here it is. All right, well, it's useless information. It's no victory points. It's no flip card. It's just text. All right, well, let's read it. The assemblage of people in front of the gate is pure chaos. Crowds of citizens struggle to leave Tel Gezer, but the guards don't let anyone through. Let me talk to Natro Kin. He knows me, shouts someone near you. Shut up, hisses the woman next to him, holding the hand of her child. Are you insane? Don't tell them you know Natro Kin. Didn't you hear what happened to him? Please, let me through. I have a family in Arakeen, begged someone else. Did they arrest Natro Kin, you asked the woman, after you managed to squeeze through to her. A few hours ago, some Fremen and several soldiers came here for him, but he didn't show up at work today. Maybe he got scared that his superiors would find out about his shady deals, asks the man. I don't know what happened to him, but I think he's under suspicion now. That's why the soldiers are armed to the teeth and guarding this place so well. They knew a lot of people were hoping to leave Tel Gezer through his gate. I think we should go back. Suddenly the atmosphere intensifies. That's enough. I won't be kept here like a rat, yells someone near the gate. People start crowding in on the soldiers. The people of Tel Gezer have had enough of this, am I right? The crowd answers with applause. You don't see much, but you hear the Harkonnen commander give an order to kill everyone who takes a step closer. Oh no, it's going to get messy, says the woman. She lifts her child and turns back. There's nothing you can do here. Okay. So, totally worthless. We got some VP, but we wasted a third of our time in Chapter 3 pursuing useless leads. So I can't say I feel too pleased about that. And this whole card was just pointless. So yeah, I think we probably spent more than a third of our actions available to us, our few actions available. We spent maybe somewhere between a third and a half pursuing leads that were just total dead ends. All right, but we got some victory points. And we're done. So now we're supposed to solve the mission. We haven't found them, even though that was our assignment, was locate Martyr Akel. So we didn't locate him. But we did clear 2 paths for him to escape. Is that going to be enough to let him escape? I don't know. We never watched the executions. We never stole his file. And we never followed the Bene Gesserit woman. Or Junis, one of those. So there weren't that many things that we didn't do. If we had used those upgrades not for tokens, we would have 2 XP, 3 XP. We would have had 3 XP to spend, which would be enough for 1 extra turn. But obviously there's no way we could have known that, so we can't rewind that. But a whole bunch of cards we didn't see. All right, well, we'll have to take a look at that after we finish. But yeah, I was thinking about The game also would have let us lose victory points if we didn't have a token. Maybe if we had known that, we would have not gotten so many tokens. But okay, this is a little bit of a... Lots of bitter pills in this last chapter. So many tokens left over that we had no use for. But not enough time. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Then we will go to the app and see what the story tells us. Maybe we will have gathered enough information to help them escape. All right, so 5-minute break. We'll come back and we will wrap this up. You are watching Co-op for Two. We're back. We're about to wrap up our Chapter 3 play of Dune House Secrets, the finale, the final chapter. We're about to submit our report. We had a pretty brutal ending to that chapter in terms of the last third of our time was spent doing all harmful stuff that not only didn't it help us, but it was just punishing. Go to a card, get told you should never have come here. In some sense befitting the totality of our experience. It would almost be a bit confusing if we wrap this up with a wonderful, successful experience. So maybe it's appropriate. Jonathan says, the only time anything really became personal to our characters when the game decides to take half our resources away. Yeah, oddly, we didn't need those resources anyway. But risks leading to bad outcomes also doesn't really appeal to me. Maybe there should have just been a risk symbol on the card, letting you flip it, and then you got either punished or reward. No track. Well, we're gonna come back and talk about all this in a minute. But I guess the right thing to do now is go to the app and submit our final report and see what kind of story we get. Yeah? All right, let's do it. Let's go to the report. All right. So that was from our previous thing. All right. So for this chapter, let me just point out, we had one thing that we watched. We watched one flip book, one film book during this entire chapter. It was just a single paragraph of text telling us that we could go to the statue. That's it. No animations, no history, nothing. All right, let's go to the status report. Yes, we finished the game. Let's make sure, actually, that there are no other special rules that we have forgotten to worry about. We start on time 14. We're on the victory point track. We started on space 4. If you're instructed to spend a resource token you don't have, instead spending resource, you may reduce the consequence marker by 1 to read the card. Okay, that doesn't help time. That's just for if we need a token. So that's that. All right, back to the laptop. Here we go. You've got audio now in case there is any audio on the laptop. Let's finish the chapter. All right. When you return to Zarzur's hideout in Tel Gezer, she's already waiting for you with Samet at her side and a dozen other Fremen behind her, all ready to fight. Did you find out how Akil and Da'anek are going to escape the city? She asks the moment you step inside. You look at Samet, but he avoids your eyes. There's no time, she rushes you. Can you tell me how he wants to leave? What's your answer? So first we have to decide if we can tell her how he wants to leave. But we are going to say yes, right? He's going to leave through those tunnels that we found in the Sorko's estate, right? In fact, we've opened the door for him. So I'm going to say yes here. Can you tell me how he wants to leave? Like, we didn't meet him. We don't know for sure. We haven't left instructions that he's going to get out this way. But we're going to say yes. All right, well, we got to... That's it. It asked us if we can say how he wants to leave. And didn't ask us any more. All right, let's see. You tell Zarzur everything you've learned about Da'anek's possible escape routes. So the most probable way is through the tunnels under the Sorko estate, and then by air in the governor's private ornithopter. You, she points at one of the Fremen fighters, take 3 of your men and secure the basement of Sorko's estate. Go straight to the landing pad, hide, and wait for Akil and Da'anek. Remember that the Harkonnens cannot get them. There's chaos. Her people run around the room giving orders and preparing for action. They waste no time. And you, Samet, Zarzur looks around, but she realizes that her right-hand man has disappeared. Where's Samit? We know where he is. He's a double agent. 3 hours later, you stand on the landing pad. Oh my God, should we not have said how he was going to escape? 3 hours later, you stand on the landing pad of the governor's estate above the dead body of Tailu Danik. His throat is sliced, and the light of the 2 moons of Arrakis flicker in his wide-open eyes. Zarzur's people search the estate, but Akel is nowhere to be found. He was in agony. He couldn't have gone far. If they can't find him, it means only one thing. Samit got here first with Thufir Hawat's men, killed Danek, and took martyr Akel. The silver lining is that the execution ceased the moment Kamar Mossad left the city. It's said that Gosu Rabban summoned him to Karthag. The HSF's leader will have a lot of explaining to do. I hope you understand there was no other way, you hear a voice behind you. When you turn around, you see Cora Turo dressed in a black uniform. Samit told you everything, you say. She doesn't answer. What did you do to Akel, you ask. Where is he? She gives you a weak smile and says, only the makers know. What's important is that the sandworms leave no trace. His body will never be found, and that the Harkonnens won't possess his knowledge. Zarzur might not trust us. I understand that, but we've always had the same goal, to counter the Harkonnens. Nevertheless, we couldn't allow the Fremen to find out where the Atreides nuclear arsenal is hidden. We? You mean the Baron's Mentat and his agents? Thufir Hawat never once stopped being loyal to House Atreides. Well, we talked about this. We considered it. Still, everyone thought he was a traitor, especially him, you note, pointing at Danek. That's why he didn't want you to find Akel. Such a reputation is a price Hawat is willing to pay for being able to infiltrate the ranks of the enemy. She looks at the dead mercenary. It's a shame Tailu never found out the truth about Hawat. Maybe if he trusted us, it would have been easier. Farewell, friend of the Atreides, she says, smiling at you. We couldn't have succeeded without your help. Read card 317. All right, let's save our thoughts until we read card. The game got us with a trick question at the end. Thinking you failed would mean you succeeded. Yes. All right, 317. Let's read 317. It's been a few days since your escape from Tel Gezer. You've joined Zarzur's rebels and paid back your water debt while fighting at the side of the Fremen. After a few days, Zarzur leads you to a sietch you've never visited before. You reach a spacious hall where you're awaited by a young man. Moadib, these are the ones I've told you about, says Zarzur. You've heard incredible rumors about this young man, but now he's here right in front of you. As he turns around, you see his eyes green with a tint of blue from the ever-present spice. Then you notice the signet on his finger with an Atreides crest. You realize it's Paul, Duke Leto's son, the heir of the House Atreides, that you've long considered dead. You kneel before your rightful duke, showing your respect. Tell me your name, says Paul, and then I guess you could write your names here. What you did in Tel Gezer is proof of your courage and loyalty. Today you join me. Together we will reclaim Arrakis. Okay. It's a little interesting that final question said Samit was by her side, and then she asks you, do you know how he's going to escape? So that's a little bit like, it was a trick. Like, if we said no, it would have been hard to say no. And you'd basically be saying you don't know, but without knowing if there's going to be another question, it's really hard to make the case that you should say no there. And we did figure out, see, that's the thing that rubs me the wrong way. Like, if we didn't know, if we didn't suspect Samit, let's say we got to this end game and we didn't figure out that Samit was this traitor, And then the game is like, do you want to tell Summit so he can go rescue Paul? We would have said, no, don't tell him because we don't trust him. But the game really pulled the rug out from under us by like putting us in a position where like we would say, yes, we know. And then we raise our hands and say, that guy next to you, he's a traitor. Like, he just left. He's standing there. We saw him leave. We didn't say, maybe you want to stop that guy. So that feels like a cheat to me. Like, if the game wanted us to be tested on our trust of Summit, it should have told us, like, do you want to tell Summit where they are so he can rescue them? And then we would have said no. The idea... And, yeah, what's happening here? Jonathan says, what about the VPs? Hello? The game never asked us to check our VPs, whether they were 0 or 9. The game doesn't know how many we got and what paths we went to. What happened there? And we answered one question at the end of that chapter. That one question, that one yes or no question, determined what epilogue we got. Nothing else that happened throughout the game. Nothing based on how much victory we got. That one question, do you want to tell her that we think we know how he's escaping? Not only that, but when we said yes, we gave her 2 possibilities. We said, oh, maybe he's taking the helicopter or maybe he's escaping through the tunnels. That's just bizarre. I don't know if, Reimer, one of the designers who stopped by on the playthrough of Vienna Connection and stopped by during our first playthrough, this we're here, but I'd love to hear more about this game being designed, but I feel like we're going to be hitting it pretty hard. Yeah, let's talk about that last chapter as an isolated experience a little bit. There was no real deduction involved in that, no real mystery, there was a tiny bit got clarified about how the Bene Gesserit are trying to put these people against each other, but mainly just wrapping things up. There was that bizarre thing with the right-hand man trapped in the basement going crazy. And when we paid, it told us to drop all of our tokens. A totally new mechanic type thing that happened that was bizarre. Not only did we risk and take a cost for doing that and waste all this time, but then it had us drop half our tokens. None of it felt at the end, when it didn't even ask us where we were on our victory point track, it felt like it was all meaningless. Everything was meaningless except the fact that we ran out of time, and it made us waste so much time going to places. I am a little curious what these places were that we didn't go to, what we would have seen. Maybe we'll look at those in a second. Again, it felt like there was no logic behind any of the decisions. And the decisions were more punishing, although we had this abundance of tokens. That was frustrating too, that we were constantly worried about having enough tokens, and we got to this end and there was just, we were drowning in tokens without any need for them. We drew this once. We only found one place to draw it. And not only did we draw that token and it was negative, but the thing that we got to see when we drew that was 100% negative. The ending question was a trick. The fact that we were only asked one question, and that yes or no question determined the whole psychological weight of what answer we read, and to be given this ending that killed off the one guy we may have cared about after all that work we put in, bizarre. Yeah, we kind of got trolled. We kind of got trolled by the game. The thing is that the thing that's so strange is that there's a little bit of there's a gem, there's a seed of a clever idea there at the end about, do you know, like about telling Summit. And you could have made that work. The designers could have made that work by setting that last question up differently. By asking us, by posing it in a way that would give us the chance to use our logic to not let Summit know, right? It wouldn't have been hard. It would have just been that, like, we're met by Summit, who wants us to tell him where he should go to find a cow. And then we would have really been challenged to realize that would have been a fair challenge. But this idea that we're talking to Zarzur and Sammit's just sitting there, and we're in the Siege, we're in the Fremen place, which is far outside the city. So logic would tell you that we know Summit's bad. If you give us a chance, if you ask us a question about Summit, like if she said, who should I send to protect the cow, we'd say, don't send Summit. Leave him home for this one. The fact that we don't know if we're going to be asked a question or what we're going to get to do, and the fact that if we were there, we would have spoken up and said, don't let Summit go. So that's a cheat. That's not a fair thing and would have been an easy fix. I think Jonathan points out another problem. He says, that would have been better as the end of Act 2 and then have an effect on Act 3. Well, okay. I think this is a great point, and it ties into something that you and I have talked about during this playthrough. The pacing and the connection between the character and what's going on is all wrong in this game. The idea that this is the final act, that the final act involves a question that we're used to answering to get information leading to the death of these two people, and not even realizing, like, we're told to find the location of these people. It doesn't look like you could have found the location of these people, right? Our mission was find the location, and then the end of the game is like, did you find out how they're going to escape? I think that's the second or third time that the assignment, the goal of a mission has been confused. Like there was a confusion in the planning of this game. We're asked to find them, and then really we weren't supposed to find them. And again, getting back to pacing, like, they were just killed by anonymous people. He was killed off scene. His body is dead. The other guy, who we know is going to die, is missing. We have no real involvement in any of that. We've been hunting. We've been trying to find these people for 3 chapters, and that's the game design, that you never get to find them. That's the intended game design, that you're never supposed to actually find these people that you're trying to find. That is not a good arc. No satisfaction. You're not able. You've made this leap of deduction to figure out that Summit is really a double crosser. Do you get to use that information? Not unless you really hack the end of this game and sort of go against its wishes. The idea that he escapes, that you don't ever get a chance, a fair chance at least, to turn him in. Jonathan says, yeah, if this had happened, like, yeah, if you had built up Summit as double-crossing you and doing this bad thing, and then you could get revenge on him or catch him or have him executed, that would have been quite satisfying. Jonathan also says, it's very subjective, but I felt in Gumshoe there were characters and things happen that you cared sometimes. Here, not really. Yeah, this gets back to the pacing and the arc and the character development and the interaction. We did not care about anyone in this game. And the one person we sort of cared about, we never got to interact with, we never got to talk to, and he ended up with his throat slit. There was an interesting thing about how he had, and lots of things had seemed intriguing, but then went nowhere. He got his scar removed, the Tyludenic, but that didn't matter. We didn't have any chance to interact with that. Just inexplicable. The only thing I can guess. I'm going to make a totally unfounded guess here. In the rule book for Dune House Secrets, it says, this is the first box of 3 planned. So here's one explanation for what happened. They made a 10-game arc, or a 10-game campaign, which would have matched the length of something like Sherlock Holmes. And they decided, oh, we could squeeze 3 different boxes out of this. We'll just thin it out, make some shorter games which are less interesting with less character development, and we'll stretch it into 9 chapters over 3 boxes. Or I don't. Yeah, this was really disappointing. And not only that, but when we play these missions like Vienna Connection, those missions were like 5-hour games, 6-hour games. The box list 2 to 3 hours per game. And when I play these live on the channel with all the talking and all the reading things out loud, they tend to go like double, triple that time. This game we played in less than 3 hours. This was like a 2-hour game, this chapter. Even playing it live, it was a super short experience. So, less in the box, less to do, less to figure out, less thinking. This final finale chapter had 1 file we checked on the app, which was just a page of text. Jonathan said, Chapter 1, there were tons of characters. Chapter 2 focused on a couple. Chapter 3 killed them all off screen. Yeah. Chapter 1 drowned you in names and characters without knowing who were significant. And then those were promptly discarded down the toilet for Chapter 2, which was like a little side game of decide where to kill this guy, which had nothing, was just a little total frozen in time moment, didn't advance any plot. In fact, the whole game is like, oh, you've killed this bad guy that you didn't really care about, but it doesn't matter because he just gets replaced. And then the third one is all about helping these people escape and find them, and you really don't find them, and helping them escape has nothing to do with the answer and conclusion. And Chapter 3 was totally punishing in a way the others weren't, in terms of getting these cards that you're like, is this going to mean victory? Oh, no, it's a total dead end where we lose half of everything. And we just followed this 3 out of our 14 time was for nothing. Bizarre, inexplicable. I don't understand the design of this game. Let's look at some of these cards. Let's look at 3 of 12. If we had gone to look at the executions. Let's read these quickly. Another hour, another execution. Oh, wait, let's stop here. So normally I've said that these are full of spoilers, these playthroughs. If you play them again, if you plan to play them, you shouldn't watch it. But you could stop here, stop this video here, and play Chapter 3 yourself and try to do these things we didn't do, and maybe and answer differently and get a surprise different ending. So maybe you want to stop and not see what these cards say and play it yourself. But we're going to now rewind back, and we're going to see these cards and see if our experience would have been different. And in fact, we can go look at that other ending and see what would have said if we said no. So let's look here. This is if we went to the execution grounds. Another hour, another execution on the tournament ground. Hundreds of people were forced to gather here to see what awaits. I'm just going to skim through this here. Search every home and every ward, from the richest estates to the deepest tunnels beneath the city. All trading is suspended. Then you hear Kamar Masat in the front announcing from his platform, whoever reveals Martyr Akel's hiding place will be awarded with 10 grams of spice. It's our common responsibility to find him and his criminal associate Tyloo Danik. Take your time, I'm patient. So he orders hanging 10 more. Random citizens caught on the street. There will be no mercy for any resistance movement. The rebels will be executed first. You see a group of soldiers standing apart from the crowd. Through fear, Hawat is among them. Next to him stands Samit. Their faces are expressionless. You lower your hood. When the execution is over, they all approach the nearest ground car. To the distant shore, asks the driver. Not so loud, you idiot, hisses a soldier. Samit is the only one who doesn't get inside. I'll see you when it's done, he says, and walks away. So this would have been confirmation that Samit is a traitor, which we already knew. Okay. 5 more ground cars park in front of the gate. A dozen soldiers lead new prisoners to the Black Tomb. What about Junis Sorko? Shouldn't we arrest her? Gladly, but no. Those witches want her alive. One of the prisoners, a tall, muscular man, starts to panic when he sees where they have brought him. No, not the torment ground. Not like that, please, he begs. But they hold him in place. We seize the opportunity to get inside one of the ground cars. We want to search the compartment, but see a commander approaching. You suddenly put on the helmet lying on the passenger seat. Hey, you, he says, knocking at the window. New orders. Masat is tired of hanging workmen and beggars. We need someone more recognizable. Arrest Khadib Maladi and bring him here in an hour. I'll send another ground car to customs soon after we contain this chaos. You nod your head and start the engine. So W is help Khadib, which is, remember, we went to his office at some point. So if you had taken W, you would have gotten this. Decide if you want to warn Khadib that the Harkonnens are coming for him. If you want to warn him, draw card 315 immediately. Discard 321 if you haven't read it yet. So this was, instead of finding him dead, we could do that. All right, if we had done that, let's see what would have happened. And we could also follow Thufir Hawat to the distant shore. But distant shore is where we did eventually go. Okay, let's read through 15. Stay in the corner, you got in there, you try to rescue him. What are you doing here, Khadib? You answer. There's no time, you have to escape, he says. That was close. They finally realized I'm not the loyal official they thought me to be. He pats your shoulder. Thank you, my friend. Be careful. I will. One more thing. I've learned something today. Baron Harkonnen has no idea Hawat is here. Don't give me that look. That's all I've discovered. Gain 1 VP. So if you had gone to the prison for the executions for random reason, just to sightsee, and then you had decided to help this person and wasted time doing that, then you would have gained a VP. All right? Let's put that aside. What would have happened if you had followed Thufir Hawat? Let's read the comments for a second. Jonathan said, you said it, but we spent the whole game chasing after someone who seemed to be on more of an adventure than us. He ended up dead. Yep. We had no interaction with him. And in fact, we really didn't ever hear him talk. We just heard about him. We heard rumors about him. That is fine for the opening act of a story, to build tension and build interest in this character that we then later would interact with and save and care about. To have him die off screen at the end, ridiculous. All right, 318. Let's follow Hawat. If we had followed him, we would have gotten 318. Hawat's ground car is parked. You try to sneak closer, hear a voice behind you, hands up. You do what you're told, turn around slowly. You see a woman in a black uniform. A moment later, she's joined by 2 more soldiers, then by the Mentat himself. I suspected one of the rebels might finally find their way to me, he says as he steps closer. Akko must die. There is no other way. He looks at you straight in the eye. I hope you understand that. Then he turns and walks away. You want to stop and ask him a question, but all 3 soldiers raise their weapons and forbid you to move. Sir, what are we going to do with them? Asks the woman, pointing at you. Let them go, answers Hawat. I don't want to see another Atreides dead. Okay, so just a little storyline if we had followed this most important character most highest up character in this entire story. Nothing, we would have gotten nothing, just heard that. Okay, so that's that path if we had gone here. So we could have gotten a victory point, but as we now know, victory points mean nothing. All right, let's see what would happen if we had followed the woman, which Jonathan wanted to do, and was a curious option. And then maybe his files. Those are the only two left. Okay. All right. So if we follow the hooded woman, we get 311. Here's 311. You follow the woman down the dusty street, passing by frightened citizens. She looks back from time to time, checking in to see if you're still following her. She finally stops in a courtyard behind one of many houses in Tel Gezer. She awaits you at the door. I'm Kayla Lane, she says as you approach. I used to be Junus's maid. Where is Junus? Someone wants a word with you, she says, ignoring your question. She opens the door and leads you inside. The room is separated in half with a thick embroidered curtain. You did well, Kayla, says an old woman from behind the curtain. Where is Junus? You repeat the question. Why did you bring me here? Junus Sorko is now under the protection of the Bene Gesserit, answers the voice. Her safety doesn't have to occupy your troubled mind anymore. And don't worry, the Harkonnens didn't learn anything from her. She knows how to keep a secret. Are you one of those responsible for this mess in Tel Gezer, you ask? Kayla gives you a scolding look. I don't have any interest in what happens to this forsaken city, answers the old woman harshly. Our only plan concerned the House Sorko, especially Junus. You may go now. Kayla opens the door for you and leads you outside. You walk toward the street in silence, but as you reach the gate, she stops and says in a hushed voice, I've heard Morgana telling you about Cora Turo. I think you should know that she was released by the Mentat's order. Do you know what she's up to? No, but I know that Danik resents him. Junus told me she'd met him when he worked for Thufir Hawat. He was absolutely loyal to the Atreides, and he's never forgiven Hawat for joining the Harkonnens. Do you think Junus would help Tyloo if she had a chance? Maybe. She always thought kindly of him. She deliberates for a moment, looks around nervously, and adds, The estate is almost unguarded now. I know there's a secret passage in the basements that leads to the tunnels beneath the city. Junus is the last person alive who knows its exact location, but I'm afraid you won't have a chance to talk to her. Do what you want with this information. All right, so this didn't get us anything. No victory. A little bit of backstory that we kind of already knew. But it does point us to search the Sorko's house, which we already did. So we already knew that. However, I will make a point. This is a lot like the Naruto Kin in that if you were reading this, and you were trying to be stingy or efficient about your time, here's another one of these double-edged hints that is impossible to know which way to read it. On one hand, she's saying, hey, here's a hint. There's escape tunnels here, which another place has led you to believe there might be. But then she says, but the only one who knows where the escape tunnels are is Junus, and you're not going to get to talk to her. You could absolutely read that card and say, let's be smart. We've gotten a hint now that we are not going to be able to find out where the escape tunnels are. So let's be smart and not go there. Or you could read it and say, it's yet again pushing us towards the escape tunnels there, so that's where we need to go. That is not the way you make a game where time is so short that people are grasping onto reasons not to go to places. All right, so if we followed the woman, we wouldn't have gotten anything useful either. What's left? Okay, here's another lead we didn't follow. The end of the seventh seal. I'm sure Zachary has seen the seventh seal. I don't remember if I ever seen. I know it's a famous old movie by a famous director. Looking at the top of the card, knowing everyone is dead. Oh, You're referring to this image. Uh-huh. Seventh Seal is a famous movie directed by who? It's not a silent movie, but it's an old movie. Famous. I can't remember if I've seen it. Or am I thinking of something else? Okay, let's break into the office and retrieve the file 303. This is the last card we haven't read. Here it is. Change of guard, you shout as you walk up to the front door of Desmea's office on the first floor. There's a single bored cartel member here, and he stares at you with confusion. What? I've only been standing here an hour. I'm just doing what I'm told, you shrug. Besides, the best spice from Sorco's estate is almost gone. You better hurry if you want a chance to taste it. All right, says the man and runs downstairs. When he disappears around the corner, you walk into Desmea's office. The first thing you see is an ego likeness of a young boy above the desk. The room is cluttered with expensive furniture, paintings, and weapons, half of which was probably robbed from the Genix. There are stacks of ledgers and documents on the desk. One of them in particular draws your attention. Examine the files. You hide the document in your bag and leave the room through the balcony. The cartel members are too busy with their spoils as you run away unnoticed. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to the app. We're going to tell it, we're going to reset the third chapter. We're going to look at this file, and then we're going to look at the alternate ending. So we're going to reset the case and try again. Okay. I guess you might want to see this too. Okay, chapter 3. You don't need to watch the introduction again. All right, now we're going to look at this film book. 303. Let's see if I need to put on my headphones for this. So it's just telling us his class. Okay. He was responsible for nuclear arsenal. They were all presumed dead. Captured, claimed to be a different prisoner. Okay, all stuff we know. Wow, long file here. Adam Sorko recognized Martyr Raquel during his visitation, decided to recapture him, use him to blackmail Har Sarkonen to get back his brother, Maurice. That's what we assumed. Our criminal type. What the heck was that about? We just got to the end and stopped. And Circle hired a local criminal. This is like the summary of the whole campaign. Their whereabouts are unknown, but we may assume that their travel abilities might be limited due to Akel's radiation sickness. Okay, and then it ended. Jonathan says, those slides stay on for real random times. Yep, they sure do. That one just ends. There's half of them are on much too long and half of them are on much too short. Okay, so that file is basically a summary of the entire campaign. Other than the Bene Gesserit plot, which was weird. So it's weird that was in a random location, but it wasn't helpful to us at all. So it seems like none of the places we didn't go would have helped us at all, except there was one path going to the prison, saving the guy got us that one spare victory point, which would have gotten us up to 9. That was the only other place to get victory points. So the 4 we got 4 out of the 5 available. Bizarre. That was a bizarre experience playing that game. It's interesting. You know, here's a little meta commentary about reviewing games. It is, if you're just talking in private to someone, you can really go negative on a game, a book, a show, whatever. And occasionally you stop and you think to yourself, wow, if that person was in front of me, the person who wrote that book, made that TV series, designed this game, or if that was a friend or family member, I mean, you wouldn't be talking so cavalierly about something being unsuccessful or not working for you. Huge amounts of work go into making a game. So I've tried to take pains to couch our criticisms in that way and remind people how much praise I lavished on Vienna Connection, and in fact how much a fan I was of Detective Modern Crime board game, where many people were not. To me, this really feels like it was, I don't know if phoned in is the right word, but rushed out to meet the deadline of this movie. And the idea of saying this is the first of 3 boxes, that just really rubs me the wrong way. It feels like this needed much more development. It's hard to imagine this getting by play testers with much of a positive reaction. I don't understand what went wrong here. It feels like this is not finished. Oh, we didn't look at the other epilogue. Yes, Jonathan, you're right. I didn't look at the other epilogue. All right, so we're going to say return. We're going to say we can solve it. Yes, we're going to answer the questions. Okay. All right, let's read this different ending epilogue. When you return to Zarzur's hideout in Tel Gezer, she's already waiting for you with Samet at her side and a dozen other Fremen behind her, all ready to fight. Did you find out how Akel and Dynek are going to escape the city? She asks the moment you step inside. You look at Samet, but he avoids your eyes. That's her little clue, I guess, that you shouldn't be telling while Samet is in the room. But she's full. It's her and full of other Fremen. Surely you would just say, oh, and also capture Samet. But all right. Can you tell? There's no time. Can you tell me how he wants to leave? And we say, no. Nah. Can't tell you. Chapter 3 solved. Here we go. No, I'm afraid we can't, you answer. Samet curses under his breath. Zarzur's wrinkled face doesn't express anything. Let's hope they find a way out, she finally says. After all, Dynek's more skilled than we imagined. 3 hours later, you stand on the empty torment ground where the executions have finally ceased. Everyone in Tel Gezer saw the daring escape of Tylu Dynek, who stole the governor's private ornithopter and evacuated Martyr Eskel to safety. The Harkonnen troops chased him, but he fought off and brought down 3 military ornithopters. Kamar Mossad sent more soldiers, but they still haven't found the runaways. They vanished without trace. It's said that Gosu Rabban summoned Mossad to Carthage. The HSF's leader will have a lot of explaining to do. The beast won't forgive him for such incompetence. Let's hope they hide well, or that the Coriolis storm devours them both. You hear a voice behind you. When you turn around, you see Samet. I suppose it's good, he continues, that the Harkonnens won't come into possession of his knowledge, for now at least. What are you going to do now, you ask? Zarzur will execute you if she finds out you were the Mentat's spy. Zarzur would never trust Hawat. I understand that, but they've always had the same goal, to counter the Harkonnens. Nevertheless, he couldn't allow the Fremen to find out where the Atreides' nuclear arsenal is hidden. Even I don't know what they'd do with such an advantage. So he's saying we didn't even want the Fremen to get it. How could she trust Baron's obedient servant? Thufir Hawat never once stopped being loyal to House Atreides, answers Samit. Still, everyone thought he was a traitor, especially Danik, you note. That's why he didn't want you to find Akel. Such a reputation is the price Hawat is willing to pay for being able to infiltrate the ranks of the enemy. He looks at the first moon of Arrakis, rising above the Black Tomb. It's a shame Danik never found out the truth about Hawat. Maybe if he trusted his agents, it would have been easier. A ground car parks in front of the gate. Several people in black uniforms motion for Samit to hurry up. Farewell, friend of the Atreides, he says. I don't think we'll see each other again. As you said, Zarzur wants me dead. He smiles cunningly and leaves you alone on the torment ground. Read card 317, which we already read. Jonathan says, I'll repeat, softening us up with VPs does not help if we get the trick question wrong. You're still here for me, Jonathan. Bizarre. Procedurally, I still like this general system. And it's a little scattered. Like, I played Suspects, which I had some problems with the story and mystery, but was a little bit refined, sort of the boiled down version of this, where everything is on the cards. And it's always on one side of the card. It's a little bit of a hassle to have information scattered in so many different places on cards. Backs of cards, you have to remember which cards you're allowed to see the front and back of. You have to keep track of the time. It's a little tricky to do that. Suspects was a little bit boiled down. If you can get the mystery story right, it's nice to have unlimited amount of time. I do think the tokens and the time, our experience would not have been different if we had read all those cards. Like, we read those cards after we finished this mission. We read the ones we weren't allowed to choose. Those didn't add anything, and not seeing them made us feel a little bitter about not seeing them and about the choices. But it's not like they broke the game by making it too easy once we saw those other cards. So I think, for all the effort that goes into that time system, I'm not sure it's important for the experience of this game. That final question stuff was really just a real missed opportunity and very unsatisfying. Mechanically playing the game, though, is fun, and the system is good. And, I'm a fan of having maps and looking around. I wish they were used more, but it was kind of fun to have this map of the city. Gumshoe has those giant maps that also aren't very relevant, but it's always fun to have a map. I wish they had made more use of them. The 3 chapters did feel different. Actually, 2 and 3 didn't feel that different in mechanics. 1 felt just like throwing us in the deep end with all these names and places and hard to keep track of. And then 2 felt like this little interlude where you're killing this guy, which would have been fine if it was a minor part of a long campaign, right? Like if you had if you're playing Red Dead Redemption or whatever, you have this long 200-hour campaign and you had one little 1-hour side mission where you're just killing this guy, that would have felt interesting, especially if they had built up the motivation for killing him. But for it being a third of the game, this chapter 2 where there was no wrong answers, we were just like picking how we wanted to kill him, And then in chapter 3, we're told to find these people that you can't find, right? We read everything. You can't find them. Your goal is, what's your goal? Locate Martyr Attell. You can't. There's no locating him. You don't get to meet him. You don't get to talk to them. You've got this whole victory point and consequence track. We never read what happened if the consequence track. You want to see what happens if we had got down there? Shall we see what happens if you would read 006? Let's do it. So if you had, we didn't really come close to that ever. In fact, I'm not sure how you could get there, but I guess if you did, let's say in chapter 1, if we had gotten to file 006, let's see what we would have seen. Is it going to be no file found? What is it? History 006? Maybe I didn't reset it. Okay, so I reset chapter 1. Now we're going to play chapter 1. And we're going to go to film book 006. No file found. All right. Is it a history? 006? History, okay. You hide around the corner nearest building. A group of soldiers gets out. That's the street where the collaborators of the Fremen guerrilla were seen. Find those bastards, even if you have to raze every house in the district to the ground. This would be if the Harkonnens catch on to us. A few minutes later, they drag a Fremen couple to the street. Neither look like rebels. Only the blue within blue eyes give them away. You know they had nothing to do with Zozor's activity, but you can't do a thing to help. A woman in a stained apron runs out of a house nearby and falls at the HSF commander's feet. Please leave them alone. Saman and Ada have been living here for years. They're weavers, not rebels. The commander hits the woman in the stomach with the stock of his rifle. Now we wait. There are Fremen in Tel Gezer, then I'm sure they cooperated with the guerrilla unit, says the commander, or they will soon enough. The soldier turns with his back to the ground car and yells to the whole street, "In this city we won't accept any active resistance against the merciful Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, his nephew Glossu Raban Harkonnen, or the security forces officers." No one else... Oops, I missed that. Alright, no one else says anything, whatever. You watch as it takes them away. The woman who stood up for them is curled up in pain. The other passers-by screw up enough courage to help her once the HSF patrol is out of sight. So again, this is what you read if you suffer enough loss of consequence. It's just a little story. Oh, randomly discard half the tokens in the resource pool rounded down. Okay, so that's the harsh punishment you get for letting the consequence track go too low. All right, whatever. Well, Jonathan says maybe they can patch that ending for future groups. Yes, one of the benefits of doing a game that's based on an app or a website is you can make corrections. Chronicles of Crime is fascinating for that because you can see that they tweak the game in Chronicles of Crime. They tweak the app-based game, the set of discussions and what people say when they show them stuff throughout the release of a game. Like a case will come out and you'll see they'll update it multiple times as time goes on, maybe fixing bugs people found or clearing up little things. They can watch how people got stuck and maybe they try to make it fix that. I'm not sure Ignacy has any interest in doing that, but we'll see. Yeah. Any other thoughts from watching it? At least the first chapter was very hard, I'm sure, to follow along with. The second and third chapter, I feel like it was easier to follow along with. And maybe, you can't use that as an excuse for why anyone watching would have a negative reaction to it. Just weird. I'm curious what the other reviews will be. I saw someone posted one review on BGG forum, a written review. That matched very closely what we've said about it so far, I think. It will be interesting to hear what other reviews say. But I cannot imagine that people are going to be thrilled with that question system or the epilogues. I mean, they're two separate complaints. I mean, one is the questions at the end of each of these chapters were very disappointing and lackluster. And then this was a little trick question. Now, I can imagine if you got it right, you could, that's definitely one of those things, if you're a group, one of your group might say, whoa, don't say we know where it is with Samet there. So, yeah, so if you got that right, you might feel good enough about getting that right that you would have a little pleasant burst of dopamine from that ending. But all of the chapter endings, the questions were lackluster. I kept thinking, surely for the finale, I mean, this is another thing to do with pace and arc. You don't make a movie and then be like, oh, the third act is going to be like the most boring, the least is going to happen, and we'll just throw in a sort of one little question at the end. I mean, you've got to make a little effort, and the VP means nothing. Like, doesn't there have to be an effort for the last chapter to be a little bit of a ramping up of production? Like a little more work gets put into the last chapter to make it the last exciting finale? And to have a yes or no question, have it not care about any of the stuff we discovered, not care about our victory points, and then have such a negative ending? Another thing that's a little odd, another thing that was a little odd in terms of story, Jonathan says no animations in chapter 3. Yeah, that matches that whole thing about the final chapter should be the blockbuster finale scene. Like, this was the opposite of that. There was no animations. There was 2 files to be found. Weird. But another thing that's slightly odd is that, like, we ended at, we told where we thought they were going to escape. He actually escaped from the helicopter. I guess he got in through Sorko's estate and then through this secret and then went to the helicopter. But when we told her where we thought he was going to escape, Samet snuck out and had him killed. But Samet wasn't really, he was a double agent, but he was a double agent for the Mentat, who is still a friend of us, friend of the Atreides. He just didn't want the Fremen to get access to the weapons. That's odd. doesn't that strike you as odd? Like, I thought it made sense. Oh, Summit is working for the Harkonnen slash Mentat, and he's bad. So, well, I would have chosen to have him arrested or something. But then when we gave the good ending, when we didn't tell her how to escape, then Samet was tapping us on the shoulder and be like, we're friends. Yes, I double-crossed the Fremen, but... And now I'm going to go hang out with Thufir, but I'm not really a bad guy. I was just trying to kill this guy so that the weapons wouldn't fall into the wrong hands, and now maybe they will. So, not really a good ending. Our guy escaped, but now he knows where the arsenal is, and maybe that's going to fall into wrong hands. Like, we didn't save that information. He's escaped, he's somewhere. And Samet was double-crossing the Zarzur Fremen, but we just shook his hand and said, good luck. Yes, you were double-crossing us. Yes, you're trying to kill this guy I was trying to save, but you're actually the Atreides person? You're the actual person who's working for the Mentat who's trying to help House Atreides. That's a little weird. Like, are we on the Fremen side or the Atreides side? Jonathan, any more thoughts? Anyone else in the channel with any more thoughts? This has been a weird experience. Sometimes you play a game and you think, wow, that was weird. It didn't work for me. But it was the vision of someone. Someone had a vision that they followed through on and polished it up, and things make sense according to a vision. Legacy of Dragonholt was that game for me that didn't really work for me. I didn't love the experience, but it felt like someone's real work of art vision. Nikki Valens in this case, and she's got a new game coming out that might fall into that same category. And in that game, there was a little bit of politics and social commentary and opinionated stuff from Nikki Valens. And I was very interested in seeing someone's vision followed through. And Vienna Connection and Detective felt like a real vision. Like, it was its thing. It was very good at what it did. They may have had their flaws in different areas, and areas where it might not have accomplished its goals perfectly, but they felt like fully realized visions. You didn't sit and play Vienna Connection and be like, I needed another 200 documents. You know, that 100-page stack was its very satisfying thing. And this game makes Vienna Connection look even better in relative comparison. But to me, this feels like something got disconnected. Like, there were pieces of a vision here, but it needed another year of work. Like, maybe Ignacy needs to slow down with these detective spin-offs. I don't know how long it took them to do Vienna Connection, but it does strike me that Dune came out very rapidly after Vienna Connection. And I feel like more time was needed. And this idea of 3 boxes of this first box needed more work. I would have a very hard time having the faith to play another box of this. I mean, it was relatively quick. It wasn't painful to play, but if there was any sense that the other 2 boxes were developed with the same time and care, I would be very wary that it was going to be another thin experience. And I think they really need to pause and think about this final question epilogue thing and how they've implemented. I am on record as supporting this idea of making it so you're not quizzed on solving the mystery. I am completely open to that possibility. But you need to go back to the drawing board about what those final questions and epilogues really look like. Because I do not think it's working. And Jonathan makes another good point. Jonathan says, I still don't really think this would be good for someone who did not know anything about Dune, so not sure it would be good for fans of detective series. Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, you don't need to know Dune lore and care about that stuff to play this game. You don't need to know that information to understand what's going on. But given that the game does so little to make you care about the characters, the people, the factions, I think without that little juice of knowing this world and wanting to live in it and being excited about interacting with the Mentat, who are like the logical human computers, sort of less emotion smart, without sort of caring about Fremen, without hating the Harkonnen, without that extra little emotional sort of investment in these factions. I mean, we played this and had almost no emotional interaction with any part of this game. I really did not care about anyone. Didn't care about our characters. Didn't really care about this person we were trying to save that we only knew their name at the end and didn't know anything about them. Didn't hear from them. Didn't have any interaction with them or even hear about their history of any import. And then the mercenary we also didn't really care about and didn't have any real alliance to them. So we really didn't care about any of these people. And I think without that extra heavy weight, like the game did not gently introduce us to the lore. Like it gave us almost, first of all, we didn't hear about the sort of backstory of Dune until the middle of chapter 1. It didn't motivate, if you didn't know who the Bene Gesserit is, the one people in Dune that I have some interest in, like it really did not give you enough background to care about any of this. So I agree with you, Jonathan. I think this is going to be and that first chapter is going to be a rough haul for someone who doesn't know any Dune. Just because it's an overload of stuff, of raw factual information, of names, overload of names that you don't care about. Yeah, it needed to be more focused and needed a more gentle introduction. It's not just that it's not just that you don't have much investment if you don't know the lore of Dune, but it's kind of like this story was about two cartels that really don't have anything to do with core Dune lore. It was about how the Sorko family, the two cartels that are not relevant to Dune as far as I can remember. So it's like, even if you like Dune, why do you care about these bit players? Like, our involvement with the Fremen were just that we were working for Fremen, trying to catch this person who knows some arsenal that, again, we talked about. Like, why do we care about that? And why do we care about these cartels? The one family that we presumably care about, whether if we like Dune, is Atreides, and they're like bit players in this. Chapter 3, Jonathan says, was weird in pacing. They all felt like they were weird in pacing. But you're right. I mean, even within Chapter 3, it kind of started off. I felt like when we started Chapter 3, we were looking forward to finally helping these people, meeting them, resolving this. And it did feel like there was a little bit of a mystery where we were trying to track where are they going to escape, how are they going to escape. And then halfway through, it just went off a cliff. We were just getting cards that were punishing for no reason. We had a bunch of things we wanted to do. We could only do a couple of them. And then the game was like, lose half your resources because you followed down this path that was costly in and of itself. And then the end result was you're stupid for getting to the helicopter base. And then guess what? The helicopter base was where he escaped. So how could we, if we had known that, we would have absolutely gone to the helicopter base to see if we couldn't secure it. That's this whole thing with this game. Like, and then here was the place we would have gotten the other victory point if we happened to go to the executions that we had no reason to go through, and we just happened to stumble upon hearing someone would get killed who's a bit player that we don't really care about, and then we happened to spend our time to warn them, we would have gotten a victory point. Like, there has to be some better basis for making decisions. I've argued for moral and psychological weight to decisions. This is just total randomness. And the upgrades turned out to be useless. We didn't need them. We could have used them more time, but like we worried about having enough tokens. We never were in a situation where we needed tokens. The whole agonizing over what upgrades to take were pointless. We had plenty of tokens to do anything. We didn't need to spend any time worrying about the upgrades. We never used our special ability. Maybe we used it once. No, we never used it. We never used the special ability. So I'd love to see behind the curtain about the design of this game. I wish Ignacy would stop making the slew of videos where he's just talking about nothing, about clickbait, and give us a little look behind the scenes. Talk about the decisions, why they were made. I'm sure they will have answers to some of the things I've raised. No doubt there's some good reasons that we haven't thought of for some of these things, but yeah, talk a little bit about the design of the game and how, and you know, it's probably expecting too much to expect the designers. It's certainly expecting too much for anyone to watch these long rambling discussions. But the designers have stopped by in these live streams before, and who knows? It may be that at some point they get enough bad reviews for Dune that they sit down and say, we have to think about this a little more before the next 2 boxes. What can we do to improve it? And maybe at some point someone will think about some of these things. It's easier to read written reviews. So I'm hoping that we'll get some more written reviews of Dune that can say a little more concisely some of the things that Jonathan and I have experienced negatively about the game. Here's another thing that was a little weird about this game that I'm not complaining about at all, but these little pre-release hints were kind of fun. And the only thing I'd say, like these, we got at the beginning of each chapter, we got this little packet for each of the 4 people. They had some stuff, and they weren't like overly strong hints, but they were sort of like, maybe you want to consider, you know, looking at this a little bit. Those were fun, and the only thing I would say about that is that I don't get why those would be pre-release. It makes more sense. Most of the early order stuff is just like useless stuff like postcards and art and a larger map. I like that idea. And upgraded tokens. Okay, that's fine. But it's a little weird to give the pre-order people extra hints. Jonathan says, would have been nice to have that remove card mechanic in other parts of the game. You mean the card that said, like, if we warn that person, remove this card? It removed the card where we discovered him dead. Jonathan says, here's a positive. I don't feel like until chapter 3 we got in any redundant loops. Yeah, that's true. You mean we didn't waste time discovering information we had already discovered, which is always a real letdown. Yeah, I kind of found that out. I agree with you about that. I can't remember if we hit that in chapter 3. Did we hit that much? I did feel like there were twice in chapter 3, when I feel like a game like this, where you're trying to do a little mystery solving, should not punish you for observing things. And like, I really felt like it was an unfair play to be telling us, like, giving us on one hand hints that we should go to a place, and the other hand hints that we should know that we don't have to go to this place. It's so hard. In this game, it feels mostly random. There's no way to know whether you should go to a place, but it's especially galling when the game is like tempting you to try to use your smarts to figure out when you shouldn't go to a place. And I've talked about more with these detective games. These games rely on trust in the designer. As a player, you have to feel like trust that the game designer is not making mistakes, and that when you figure out something clever, it's real, and that you can use that information. And you have to a game designer in a game like this has to bring you along on their wavelength. You have to there's a little bit of calibration that happens in these games, where the game has to gently calibrate you to understand the unspoken rules of the mystery. And there's some unfairness going on, or some miscalibration, where the game is sort of encouraging you to use your smarts to not waste time, but then it's saying you can't really trust us to give you valid information about when to go to a place or not. And once that happens, you kind of throw up your hands. You say, well, I've got no reason to go here, but I've already learned from experience that cannot be the determining factor. So you've already trained me not to trust you. Right? And here was a great example, the prison where we could have gotten a victory point. Like, you've already trained me not to trust that I can use logic to figure out where to go. And then once that happens and you lose that faith in the designer, then you're kind of just like, well, what does it matter? Right? Like, what does it matter what victory? What does it matter where I go? There's no way to predict what's going to be useful. There were a couple people that we talked to a couple times, but like when I occasionally play Sherlock Holmes or Chronicles of Crime, and you really feel like you're meeting characters with personalities. I really did not feel like that in this game. Even the main people we interacted most with, like Zarzur, Samet, some of these people, I never felt like they were real personalities. Maybe Junis a little bit, but then we didn't get to see her. That's another pace and arc thing. Like, you're writing a story like this or a movie, you want to kind of tie it up at the end with a nice bow, right? So we got, like I was saying, the one person I had sort of a little bit of an emotional interest in is Junis. Like, we met her, we saved her, she was talking like she's struggling with helping her brother. And how did that wrap up? We got to chapter 3, we were a little concerned about her. We thought maybe she was hiding them, maybe she had information. How did it wrap up with Junis? She was gone. She was mysteriously disappeared, chapter 3. Like, we We followed her path a little bit. We didn't get to interact with her. She was just whisked away by the Bene Gesserit, off screen, out of the story, no resolution. We were just told, oh, she's tortured. She didn't give up any information. Don't worry about her. The one person you care about, don't worry about her. Maybe she'll come up in box 2. But yeah, we saved this guy. We didn't care about him. The one we didn't save him. We could have saved him if we had gone to the prison. We didn't care about him. There were no real surprise twists. We've talked about how we learned that the guy got his scar removed, but that wasn't relevant. He can't continue into box 2 and 3, I don't think, because one of the endings has him with his throat slit. Other thoughts? We've really laced into this game. I do feel a bit bad. But it's only because I do love this genre, and I think this system has so many possibilities, and I just want them to do better. I want them to do as well as they did with Vienna Connection. And I'd love to see them go back to detectiving world. This thing with drawing the consequence tokens, totally unnecessary. Adds nothing but luck and randomness to a game that does not need luck and randomness. There was no enjoyment in that process. And as I've argued before, the only real thing it helps with is make it harder for the designers to balance the game. Because it's harder to predict how much experience people are going to have at the end of the mission. Just bizarre. Here's another comment about from game design that some people may not agree with, but this idea of bringing these 4 characters with you in your team and you're always bringing the 4. If you have 4 players, each of you take one of them. If not, you pick, to me, that does nothing. Having 4 characters just made us feel less personally invested in this game. And it served no role, no purpose to the game. They don't have interesting different abilities. It's fascinating to watch the evolution because Detective Modern Crime board game had different characters you could play. And they had special abilities that were quite different. And I can imagine those were hard to balance for, but at least that gave you an interesting decision. One person would let you resolve hints that you do the dig deeper that you normally had to decide at the moment. These characters are not functionally different in any interesting way. There is a little mechanic here where depending on the number of players, you play the game differently. That's bizarre too. So we played one single player, so we only were allowed to change 2 resources into a subterfuge. If there was 4 of us playing, then we'd start out with less tokens, but we'd have 4 opportunities to change 2 into each of the different things. Now think about that for a second. The only thing that convoluted mechanic of how many people are you playing with, what characters you're playing with, the only thing that does is make it that much harder to balance the game. It has no thematic value. You're always playing with those all 4. It has no functional role to how the different players at the table interact. You're always together making decisions of what to look at next and together deciding what ability to use. It just makes it so that they have to balance the game for taking 2 of every token at the start is the same difficulty as taking 1 and being able to switch them. And there's no thematic reason why when you take a character to play, you have this ability, and if you take it as a advocate, you get an extra token. It's the same thing as with this bag, and it adds nothing to the game, but make it more chaotic, more random, make it so that a group could have bad luck. Jonathan's pointing out another positive. I do appreciate that you're pointing out positives. That's a good idea for us to think about what's new in this game that's a positive. Jonathan's pointing out one of them, that the prologue introduced you to the system. Needs to be a better introduction to Dune, though. I think you're right. I think that's a good addition to the system. Make a short, gentle prologue case that doesn't, especially if it's a campaign where there are consequences. The idea of having an initial prologue that introduces you to the system and the lore and the way it works and the mechanics before you dive them in is a very good idea. It failed to introduce people to Dune properly, which was a real missed opportunity, but it is a good idea. It's also a good idea in another sense. If you were interested in Vienna Connection or Detective, you could watch a playthrough of the prologue, and I think it makes sense for all of these games, and some of them has it. Suspects has a little introductory case. I think those cases should be designed as sort of ones where spoiling that intro case would not detract from the game. In this case, they didn't do that because the prologue sets up the main story that you're playing. But I think if we roll with Jonathan's suggestion and just embrace that idea, make a prologue that doesn't spoil anything in the campaign, that is, it can even be shorter than this prologue was, that's sort of a throwaway little experience, but gives you the flavor of what the game is like. Then it would also have the benefit of letting people not worry about being spoiled. They could watch a playthrough, they could watch it demonstrated during a review. And you could use that for all of them. Here's another positive. Jonathan says, like the solve crime, then switch to performing a crime. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. It was exciting. It was fun to unveil chapter 2 and be told, now you're going to go plot the execution of this guy. And if that had been more satisfying, if the nature of that mission hadn't been that, like, no matter what you do, you're going to win it. If we had to try to figure out how to kill this person in an interesting way, or if we had gotten rewarded by some fun animation of how we killed him, then it would be like the game Hitman, where you're trying to figure out the pieces of a mousetrap to get this person killed, and then you could watch it unfold, and it was satisfying. And if we had a little more motivation to get revenge on this guy, that would have been a very fun little interlude. So I agree with you there that you could see that idea matched in another game, like a detective game. And again, getting back to our discussions of pacing, wouldn't that have made for a good finale, Jonathan? Like if chapter 1 and 2 were building on this hunt and detective and making us more emotionally involved in hating this really bad guy. If the last finale act was like, now you can get your revenge, that might have been exciting. Jonathan says, here's another positive. I like the idea in chapter 2 of learning more about a character by observing them. Remind me what we did in chapter 2 that was about observing people. Oh, you mean when we were observing Scorpion and following him around and learning about his habits so we could attack him. Yes, you're absolutely right. That sort of combined two things. It was being able to do the detective work of following him around and figuring out where he would go, at least the promise of that, and then being able to use that information to accomplish a goal. And Jonathan, interesting to focus on one person. I think you're absolutely right, and I think that almost deserves its own mention here. Part of what failed in this game is, starting in chapter 1, we were just thrown a million people that we didn't care about, that we could never get enough information on any of them to care about or be invested in or feel there was a personality. And the one place where we were sort of got a chance to focus in more like a laser on one person and wrap our heads around it was when we were focusing in on that one person. And how satisfying would that have been if we cared about them and we could really get revenge on them? But in the end, it was like, it doesn't matter if you kill this guy. First of all, he's not that bad, and he's just going to get replaced, so you don't really care. But you are right. Like, this is another lesson, and I wish there are games that I've talked about, Arkham LCG, trying to scope out you're saving the world, and you sort of don't care about individuals when that happens. Like, you don't need to make a game about saving the galaxy where people are ants that you don't care about. Like, it worked better when we were focused on one person and their habits and studying them and resolving interactions and consequences of their life and what they were doing. That worked better than when we had all these people that we didn't care about that were playing these minor roles that barely had any interaction with ours. What else was good? I did like the use of maps. It's not that I liked the use of maps, because we didn't have much use of the maps. I would have liked if the maps were more important to figure out spatial arrangements. But I liked that there were more maps. We had no use of this map, right? Everything was in one place. That's weird. That's bizarre, but you could imagine that further boxes could use the same map. Look at this, all this inset detail map, all unimportant, not relevant at all. Not only not relevant, like the map in Gumshoe, this big giant map of San Francisco, was largely irrelevant, but at least you traveled around on it. And you could say, oh, isn't it cool, we're over here now. Like, this game, you never went anywhere on this map, so this one big map, but it looks nice. It's a little bit of thematic stuff. This map we did move around in, but we didn't really care. Nothing was important for us. There was no spatial arrangement that was important. But I would like to see more of that. And I've already argued against the upgrade system because I think functionally it doesn't add anything. And it would seem like it would only make the game design process harder. But unlike the consequence track, the decisions of how to upgrade were, making any decision of how to upgrade your character in a game, in a campaign, is always feels weighty and important and agonizing. And, that was there in this game. It was just a letdown, but it was potential. And if you could make that work and make that interesting, then that could have been interesting. It could have been fun to pick a way to play the game by picking a certain path of upgrades that would make you play the game differently, that would lead to different outcomes. It didn't in our case. We just had an abundance of tokens, and so I'd like to see that worked on a little more. If you could make it so that your upgrades have story consequences, predictable story consequences, that made you feel like, well, that was the route I picked. I chose to go down a stealthy route. And so those were the options that were become available to me. Here was the skill I developed, so I was able to do these certain ways of accomplishing goals, and I had to find different ways than if I had gone and built up my strength. In this game, that's not the case. They were useless, and they turned out to be pointless. Here's another positive. Jonathan says, I think they tried to make everyone matter. You met a customs agent in Chapter 1. You would not think he would come into Chapter 3, but he did. Not executed perfectly, though. Yeah, we did get thrown everyone in Chapter 1 in the prologue, and then we did stay in Tel Gezer for Chapter 3, so we did encounter these people again. I mean, maybe that's a positive. It is a positive that we encounter the same people. They weren't fleshed out to me, so I didn't feel invested in them. I've already talked a little bit about these asset cards, and I've suggested what I think would be a real improvement to them, which is make these quote-unquote asset cards, which are sort of free, you don't have to spend time to get them, and they're basically just illustrations, but mostly of people and portraits. So make them full-size index cards that have the photo, the person's name, maybe some basic information that you learned about them, maybe, and then a place to write notes. Then you wouldn't get so drowned in a flood of names, because you'd be able to look at that and know the name, and it would help you keep notes, and you could have a place for adding notes on that card. And maybe you could do something additional with that card. Maybe like Suspects has a way you can line up people to match their fingerprints and stuff like that. I think there are possibilities to evolve this system of assets that were missed, but would be a good direction to go. Jonathan says, here's another positive. Switching to the victory points in the final act was fun until they didn't matter. Yeah. They've tried, in fairness, in Vienna Connection, in Detective, and in this, they've clearly walked into it saying the final chapter should feel different. And they've done that in all three cases by changing the little track thing at the end for the end case. I forget exactly how it changed in Vienna Connection and Detective, but in Detective you flip it over and you've got everything's happening on one day or something. And so they have made an attempt in each of these games to make the final act feel mechanically a little different. Here they did this thing, but that was bizarre how it didn't care. It didn't care what your victory points were. There was only one way to get up to the 9. If you got all of them right, you would have gotten up to the 9 and paid no cost. But we really went into it blind. It's another case of like, not only was this mechanic not followed through in the end to make it mean anything, but the game gave you no information of how many points you could be expected to find, how much it would be negative, how much it would be likely that you would drop down. So like, we had no way of judging what was important. We had no way of knowing when we found 2 victory points. Was that a big deal, a small deal? Were we going to find a lot more of them? Should we risk one of them? Like, the game gave us no guidance to that. And which again just makes it feel random. So we've talked a lot about this game in the first playthrough, second playthrough, third playthrough. I feel like we've reviewed it twice, and yet all useful stuff, and yet I haven't recorded an actual review. So I'm kind of like burnt out from summarizing all the things that didn't work. And I guess I will try to put those together into a little mini review. But I almost feel like this is going to be one of these cases where the people who write the written reviews, there are some people who are very good at the written reviews of games and do sort of deep dives. And I hope we see some for this game, because a nice concise summary of what didn't work from someone with a generous spirit but with a critical eye would be more useful to the designers than hearing us sort of ramble and rant about it. Anything else to talk about from this game? Anything else positive we can say about the system? I mean, this was another new thing, these maps. Here's another example of sort of a wasted, like, look at these cool cards we got in chapter 2. There were a lot of them. Chapter 2, you're like, figure out, decide where to assassinate this guy. And we got all these map cards that we could look at if we wanted to. We had to pay time or cost to look at them. They've got these diagrams that look like they're helping you see how this guy got to the scene or where we would attack him, where we would plan an attack. And that seemed like that was a cool mechanic. Like, can we figure out where we can catch him? Like if you were playing Hitman, you'd be like, when you play this game Hitman, which I recommend, there's like 5 or 6 iterations of this game. You've got some target you're trying to assassinate. You could kill them in lots of different ways. You can poison them, shoot them, push them over a ledge, etc. Sabotage electricity in their bathroom, whatever. But a big part of this game is you're stealthily walking around, observing this person's pattern of behavior. They're frequently surrounded by other people, and you're frequently trying to figure out, how am I going to get them alone so I can kill them and not be noticed? So like you look at these and you're like, wow, is that what we're going to do in this mission? Are we going to have to follow him around and figure out the one time he's alone and the one way we can get into his thing? And is this diagram going to help us figure out where we can ambush him? And the answer is no. Those diagrams are totally irrelevant, not functionally valuable to you at all. And in fact, you don't have to figure out where to kill him. You can kill him anywhere. There is no wrong answer. The game isn't even going to attempt to make it a puzzle you have to solve. It's just sort of, you're going to read, and depending on what path you go down, you're going to get the resources to kill him in one place or another. There'll be no real way for you to, even if you wanted to kill him in one place, you're just shooting around in the dark till you get the resources to kill him in a specific place. And then the game just asks you, which place have you chosen? There's no wrong answer. You pick one. As long as you pick the one that you got the resources for, and it gives you one sentence that says how he got killed. And then it tells you explicitly, killing him doesn't matter. He's just replaced. Jonathan says, I think if you understood what the tokens would be useful for in a mission, would make choosing which ones you want through the XP system more meaningful. Okay, well, you're touching on a point that is absolutely true, and it was true for Detective, and it is a flaw in the system. You could see where they were going for, but it's not one that's easy to fix. And the point is this. You've got these different tokens. In this case, 4 different tokens. Weapons, subterfuge, spice, and water, and a wild card. Detective Modern Crime board game had less tokens, but a variety as well. Now, in Detective, we frequently got to a point where we were really short on tokens, and occasionally there'd be a clue you couldn't look at because you had no way to get this token. In this game, I felt like we were flooded with tokens, but mainly because we took some of them as the upgrades. But here's the flaw in the system, and it's hard to fix. But the problem is, there is no way to know which tokens you're going to need. Absolutely no way. In fact, not only can you not know which tokens in a given chapter or game you're going to need, how many, like, they vary widely. We had chapter 3 wanted weapons. We spent the whole first 2 chapters and prologue never encountering something that wanted weapons tokens. So not only is the game totally blind to you, opaque, random in terms of what tokens you might need before playing a game. So it makes it impossible to know what you should be trying to conserve, what you should try to get, and puts you in a position of just saying, I need equal amounts of everything, because it's not like I'm given a choice on a card. You can either tackle it this way by spending water or tackle it this way by doing spice. That's not how it works. You just pick up a card and it says, hey, if you have spice, you can look at this new thing. If you don't, you can't. So not only is it completely unpredictable, which leaves you just not caring in a game length, but it's completely unpredictable even within a card. Even within a card of saying, I'm going to choose to look at this card, you have no idea what token might be on the back of that card. So you can't even make a micro level strategic decision of saying, well, I've got water, so let me spend my time here and let me be smart about going here because this is likely to need water and I don't have water, so let me use my brains to not go there. You can't even do it on a turn-by-turn, encounter-by-encounter basis, which means it's basically meaningless. And then to punish, then in this game, whereas Detective was tight on tokens, here there's so many abundance of tokens that you feel like you're being punished for caring about tokens. Like, oh, you're a sucker for loading up on tokens because guess what? In this game, you're going to always have plenty. You should have taken the other upgrades. Okay, Jonathan says, positive, figuring out there was a double agent was fun. I agree. Sort of Summit was the only one that there was enough foreshadowing about. There were a couple things that were a little bit foreshadowed, like Summit was foreshadowed. Although, like I said, I've got a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth about Summit not being a bad guy. So, like, you could argue that helping him kill this guy was a good thing. So he wasn't really a real bad guy, but it was nice to see some foreshadow. Like right in the beginning, he dropped us off and he's like, I gotta go. But then we saw him skulking about. So like we saw some little hints of him. That was nice foreshadowing. And there were a couple of things that felt like the game invested enough in. Like there was someone behind the scenes pulling strings and then someone arrived and we didn't know who it was. And then we figured out it was Thufir Hawat. So there were a couple things like that that were dosed out at a pace that felt a little bit satisfying. There were a couple of weird things, like I found it very odd in chapter 2 that it's like find a Kel and you're like, who's a Kel? And then later in the chapter you learn, oh, that is the real name of the person you're trying to find. Like that's like a mistake. If we could get to this point, and if we're most likely to get to this point, having not yet learned the name of this key figure that we're trying to find the name of, very weird that seems like you accidentally gave us the name. It wasn't that important that we know his name or not, but it jumped out as weird. There's another game that happened. It might have been one of the Detective or Vienna Connection where it's like, it assumed we had solved something before we had solved it. I was like, gee, thanks. I would have liked a chance to solve that mystery, and now you've told me as a wrap-up, as a prelude, the answer. Here's a positive. I do feel like there were less important things that we didn't have time to do. I feel like in Detective, there were a bunch of leads that would have helped, that would have been nice to be able to look at. And I felt a little bit ripped off by the system that it didn't give us enough time to look at them. Here, I felt like it was a little more generous in terms of, time was still tight, but it was a little more generous in terms of giving us enough cards that we heard the whole story, which I think is the right decision. In fact, I think Suspects is the better decision, which is ultimately let the people see all the cards. You can penalize them in score and psychological reward and score, but let them see all the cards. Don't hide pieces of the mystery for them. And then have a different mechanic for rewarding them for figuring things out early. I talk a lot about psychological and moral weight. Well, here's an idea. Let players see every card. In other words, don't cap them on time, but have a cost to be paid for looking at cards, maybe a moral cost. You could imagine, what if we did something that ended up hurting one of our friends or putting the Fremen in a worse position, or as time passed, more people got killed, maybe people we cared about. Then you'd have a tough moral decision there. You'd be like, well, is it so important to resolve this mystery? Am I willing to take a worse score? Or am I willing to hear a worse story ending about what happened to the city or the civilians? And I think that would be a more agonizing, interesting, satisfying choice than just not being able to see cards. Positive compared to Modern Detective, the card text felt tight. I think I might agree with you there. And concise and relevant. I think that's true. I think Detective had many more cards that were not advancing a story, but were just flavor text to fill space. Whereas here, they were all advancing a narrative, a story. Sometimes it was a side story that you didn't care about too much, but it didn't feel like it was just filling space. It was telling some sort of story that put you in this world. Positive, the planning focus in chapter 2 might be better for large group than mystery. I don't know. I think chapter 2 had such an intriguing possibility for a fun experience, but I really soured on it when it became clear we couldn't do anything wrong. That no matter how we tackled chapter 2, we didn't have to think about a single thing. We could just turn over cards. They wanted to kill him with the poison. And that was done deal. There was nothing more once we got there. And I thought when we started seeing those cards that were like, first he goes here in the morning, then he shows up here at this time, and then the next card was like, and then he goes here. I was like, oh, this is going to be a timeline thing. We're going to get questioned in the end like, it's 4 o'clock, where do you kill him? And we have to piece together the timeline to figure out where. The fact that none of that was important really soured me on that experience. If we were giving them advice for the next 2 boxes, I think what we would say is maybe go back to school on writing a compelling story. I mean, if we were to make dramatic change, I'd say drop the 4 characters, have the players always controlling one character, sort of emotionally involved in the story. Smaller in scope in terms of the number of the people you interact with. Work more on the arc so you care more about the lives of the people you're saving or who are going to get harmed. If you're going to get revenge on someone, make it that you care about getting revenge on them. The Harkonnen in the movie and in the book are not these anonymous people off screen. You see them doing bad things. You want them punished. You fear them hurting the Atreides, and you come to you're stressed out when they're on screen or in the book, and you feel the risk. So make the story make us care more about the story and the people. Spend more time on a smaller scope so that we get attached to them. Reward players for figuring things out. Try to find places where people being smart tells them where not to waste their time. Give people clues about what cards are least likely to have information that they need and most likely. Let players feel smart about figuring that out. Get rid of this consequence token draw. Figure out a better, more logical way to do that. Add more moral weight and psychological weight to the decisions. Completely revisit this end chapter status report questions. That has to be much more interesting, much more consequential. Ask the people a couple of questions and give them a satisfying end animation based on what they choose to do so that they feel like they're getting something based on their answer. Here's some advice from Jonathan. Twists really need to be more focused in the middle of the story. I think that's true. Like, it needed a twist. It needed a couple moments where like, whoa, when we played detective, not Jonathan and I, when Greg and I played detective, there were moments in detective where we were like, whoa, that's why that happened. Or whoa, that's the connection. Or that's the twist. And one, riffing off what Jonathan said about twists, like one of the most satisfying parts of Chronicles of Crime and any of these games that are continuing campaigns is when you make a campaign, you've got a gift. And the gift is that time is passing, right? That they play one game, another game, and things can happen that have consequences. So you can make an event happen in chapter 2 that emotionally involves the players or represents a little twist in the story, and you're like, whoa, that changes everything. That means I have to reevaluate what I thought. And like, this game didn't have that. And that's a real missed opportunity. Like, yeah, chapter 2 could have had a twist that could make an enemy out of someone we thought was our friend and make us really feel like, now we're going to go get them. And a twist. Yeah, a twist would have been, a really compelling twist would have been nice. And a gradually unfolding mystery. What was the gradually unfolding mystery here? It wasn't anything important. From prologue to chapter 3 end, it was all about the same thing. Find that one guy who crashed. We were sort of interested in finding out his identity and why people wanted him, but that was all inconsequential. It didn't matter for us really. For us really, the only thing we did from start to end was try to locate this person that we never got to meet, that we never located. Here's another piece of advice from Jonathan. It says, if the story is going to be less personal, it needs more setup. For the factions need to have some idea of where they are trying to get to, what are their plans, then can subvert it or not. Yeah, I think that's true and more. The fact that the key players in this game were these two cartels that we had very little involvement on. And the little involvement, the little attempt to backstory them was just lost in this flood of information. Like, one was married, was going to get married to Junis, the other Sarko family, the Quinat, and the Demasu. And like, we were given some backstory to these people, but we're not connected to them. Even if you know the lore, you're not connected to these people. And it was just not enough. And there was just too random and too much of a wall of text of these different backstories that we could not get involved in these cartels. And yeah, if you want to make a story that's heavily dependent on these three factions, you have to give us a way to care a little bit about the factions. Like if you watch Fistful of Dollars, you got to introduce us to these two factions and make us care and really know the personalities of these people. It's weird that the sort of heads of these two cartels were off screen and we never really got much of feeling for them, of their personalities and their motives, and cared about them. Yeah, and maybe like if they were vying for our interest and both cartels were trying to get us on our side, the game basically said, here's the cartel you like, here's this other cartel. You really don't have much of a feel for them. They don't do anything personal to you. They're both hunting for the same guy. They're both acting, you have no reason to favor one or the other, really. And they seem sort of anonymous, identical cartels. More work had to be done to bring us into this world of these characters. Jonathan says, make us more directly involved. It's an adventure. Yeah, it's true. It was very weird that we were sort of periphery to everything that was happening. And not just, we weren't just periphery, but like our whole intro is, we're this person that was rescued by this Zarzur this inconsequential Fremen rebel rescued us, and we owe a debt, so she's put us to task to do these little chores for her. We weren't directly involved. We didn't know anyone. We were bit players, and we didn't even know why we should care about helping her. And in fact, we're helping her, but the game was like, at the finale, it was like, boy, it's a good thing you didn't let this person come into the hands of the Fremen. It was just weird. Like, we didn't end up helping the one person we could have helped, and we didn't really care about Zarzur or any of the Fremen. Too similar. I think that's a more general piece of advice. If you're making an adventure game, a mystery game, anything like this, that the players, when you're making a game, instead of making a 500-page novel or whatever, you have to choose your battles in terms of giving characters personality and scope. And sometimes that means exaggerating personality so they're differentiable. And that was not done. Like, all of the characters in this, whether it was this guy who worked in this office or the barkeep, like, they were all just bit players without any interesting part or personality or character to latch onto. So it was very hard to keep these people as little flavored characters that were in our mind. More work needed to be made to make them differentiating characters. Like, if you do Sherlock Holmes and you go to visit the different people, they have very different personalities. They talk in a very caricatured manner. They act differently. There's a real attempt to make people have definitive, interesting character traits and the ways they interact. They feel different. The different people feel different. And that was missed here. Everyone felt samey and boring and flat, including us, and including the main people we were trying to rescue, and including the main bad guy, which is inexplicable that even the main Scorpion had like no personality and no emotional investment built up in him. Like, we didn't watch him do horrendous things that would make us care. Jonathan says he totally agrees. I would love to hear. I'd love to watch and hear a group that loves the game and their take on it. It's certainly possible. It's very easy to have different takes on these games, but especially if it's a group that has also played Detective and Vienna Connection. I am really curious to hear if there are people who played those games who liked Dune. Jonathan makes another fantastic point. He says, here's some advice. If you're going to make us investigate a crime, make us investigate the crime. Some guy, when we played, just admits to killing Adam. This is such a good point. This whole 3-chapter arc is like, find this mystery person. And we spent the first chapter or two like trying to find his identity and where they might be hiding. And it's built up as this is going to be super important, how you find his identity. How do we find he's connected to the other guy? Like, we're tracking this down as if it's a mystery, right? And this built up, like the one part of this game that's built up is like, here's this mystery you can try to figure out. And then we go into this bar, the brothel, and we overhear some guy talk about how he's the guy who killed him. Like, we're trying to figure out, how was Adam Sorko killed? That was the other part of the mystery. Like, how was Adam Sorko killed? Why? What was it in connection to? It felt like this was this real part of this mystery we were trying to solve. How was Adam Sorko killed? Why? All that. We overhear this guy saying, oh yeah, I killed him in this bar fight. And when that happened, we're like, he's claiming he killed him. He probably didn't kill him. Like, that's just to throw us off the scent. Because obviously they're not going to wrap up this key mystery just by hearing us randomly run into some guy at a tavern that admits to it. But then as we went on, we were like, no, that was it. That guy is just a bit soldier, a bit player, not an important person, doesn't even have a name. And we just overheard this bit soldier happen to kill and solve one of our main mysteries that we randomly got by walking into a bar and hearing it. That's bizarre. You can't make players think that they're detectives solving a crime and then have the answers given to them by overhearing a random conversation. That's again gets back to trust, because when we heard that, my reaction was like, that's probably false. Like, logically, it's just a guy bragging that he killed this important person to get further bragging points to his fellow soldiers. Like, that's meant to throw us off our trail. Like, that's a cool little side element to throw us off our trail. And we're going to be smart by realizing that it's just someone bragging to be a tough guy. But turned out that was it. It was that surface level. Jonathan says, advice, just ditch the secondary goal if there's just going to be one question. Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's weird. The chapters had these primary goals, secondary goals. That was also bizarre because the questions at the end, the one question at the end of every chapter didn't seem to care about it. Like, it wasn't clear why it was giving us secondary goals sometimes. And as far as the secondary storylines, they all just felt like they were given to us randomly. It wasn't like, it might have been nice if we had been able to say, like, do we have time to try to solve this side mystery? And if we were agonizing between, should we try to lock down our primary goal, or should we risk following this lead that we know is going to help us with our secondary goal? That's another way you could sort of make these decisions a little more psychological and agonizing. If you sort of gave people at the beginning, like, here are these 3 things you could figure out, and then you made players figure out, well, we have to cut our loss. We are going to have to give up on solving that 3rd one because we really want to make sure we understand this first one. And that could be an interesting decision if we had to decide between, do you try to learn a lot of these, a little about everything, or a lot about one thing? But in this game, we were just sort of randomly flailing around. We never knew what was going to give us what information. Subjective advice, bring in the zone system from Vienna is more fun than the time tracker. That is a very interesting point you brought up. It's interesting. You're bringing up things I haven't thought of. Yes, in Detective, they have a system of moving around to different zones, and there's a gamey element there of it takes time to travel, and so you're focused on how to efficiently do some clues at the same location before you leave. I don't think that was very successful. I think it was again a gamey element like the tokens that was almost unpredictable for the players. So it felt like you were adding a gamey element that depended on predicting the outcome of a coin toss. And I think in general that was a bad idea. Now, the zones in Vienna Connection were much more interesting. There, they felt like that seemed like a much cleverer system, a little bit sneaking behind the curtains to peek at the mechanics. To me, that felt less like a gamey mechanic in terms of decisions the player made, but more like a way of the game corralling you into saying, we want you to find 3 clues from this set, and we also want you, before you try to solve it, to find 2 clues from this set. And it's a way of making you not go too deep down a rabbit hole, which is exactly the kind of thing that this game should be leaning into, looking for mechanics that help you control where the players go to help you ensure that players get enough information to solve it. So, I mean, I agree with you. Maybe not for the same exact reasons, but I think the zone idea was much more clever. And that was a perfect example where they had a way of saying, well, look, if you really want to go down this rabbit hole, if you really want to go down this avenue, we're going to give you a way to do that. It's going to cost you something. It's going to cost you a little bit of time. But we will let you look more in this area if you're personally invested. But it was a way of sort of hinting that you should go in certain areas. But it also, I think, as Jonathan was saying, it was enjoyable. It was sort of felt like it gave you. Here's another thing. We talk about sort of the predictability versus randomness. It gave you a way of saying, well, if I go here in this zone, I have some idea, a little narrowing idea of what kinds of information I'll get. And that's what you want in a game like this. You want players to be able to reason a little bit about what kind of information they're going to get. And the zones did that, whereas this didn't. This time track thing, paying for cards, just felt like a way to force you to have to make random decisions about where to go. And the whole consequence track thing is inexplicable what that gains you. Or if you're trying to add a little excitement about, doing the slot machine randomly drawing from here, it wasn't the case because we just determined very early that this was most of the time going to lead to a failure. So the only thing we did was we said, well, is it worth losing an experience point to see another card? But not knowing how important the experience was, now we see it wasn't useful at all. You'd be stupid not to draw from that every chance you got. But that's essentially the conclusion we came to as we played. Like once we got past the first time we skipped it, reading a card is so valuable since your time is so short that we always chose, other than the first time, which we didn't do because the game gave us no hint as to how often we were going to encounter these opportunities. And because you encountered them so rarely, the right answer is always draw from that card, always assume it's going to be a red, and always let it move down. There's no real cost to it. We never got close to hitting 0. It was only by hiding how often we were going to have to draw from that bag that the game ever got us to initially not draw from the bag. Different advice, Jonathan says, if the question at the end is kind of an honor system, let the second objective be found in the deck. Can you elaborate a little bit on that, Jonathan, what you mean about let the second objective be found in the deck? I agree with you. There was a weird element to those questions. I would assume that if the premise is we're not going to ask you to solve mysteries with the questions, right? Like a traditional detective game, you're asked, who's the murderer? Where did they kill him? And then you can answer, and then the game will tell you if you get it right or wrong. And the idea to move away from that, I thought was going to be to move into questions that are either rewarding for story purposes, like you say, do you want to arrest this person or arrest this person? Do you want to do this or this? And then the game's story will tell you, well, we arrested this person and then this interesting thing happened and you tied up that loose end. But there's no right or wrong answer. If you had chosen B, you would have gotten a different wrap up. But we had several times in this game where the question seemed to be almost asking us like an honor system question. Like the question was like, did you figure out the right place to go? It didn't. It could let you give an answer and tell you whether you're right or wrong. But it also wasn't like you choose something and we're going to give you a different story based on it. It's basically saying, like, imagine a detective game at the end. It said, did you find the correct murderer? And you say yes or no. And if you say yes, it says, yes, you're right. It was Professor Colonel. It was Professor Mustard in the drawing room. And you're like, what if I'm wrong, but told you that I found the right answer? Some of those questions were weird. in that respect. They looked like they were asking you to answer an honor question about whether you, like, imagine that last case. The last case we got asked, do you know where they're planning to escape? Right? Imagine we had not opened a single card in that chapter, right? And we just clicked, go to the end. And then the person asks us, do you know where they're going to escape? And we say yes. And then the game tells us, you were right. They were going to the helicopter and we found them there and killed them. Like, who said I decided that that was where they went? Weird. Jonathan's Carfane says, let it be stated on a card that you achieved a second objective. Then at the end, just ask the team if they did it. Yeah, maybe if you don't want to ask the person the answer, have a card tell you when you found the right answer. Like, have a card be the card you would turn over if you choose this person, and then have the card say, okay. I thought that was what was going to happen with the victory points. I assumed that at the end it was going to ask us how many victory points. And there was another card we got in chapter 2 where it said, you gain access to the medicine or whatever. And I was like, oh, maybe at the end we're going to be asked if we got access to the medicine. But it didn't. It just said, you've decided to poison the medicine. Do you want to spend your 2 tokens to do it? There was an interesting thing, like if we didn't have the tokens, I guess it would have told us you tried, but you failed. But yeah, I guess throughout the game, there was this feeling of, is the game going to congratulate us for doing something? Is the game going to confirm that we did something right? And it rarely did, and occasionally it asked us to just give our opinion. Hey, do you think you did well on that test? You did? Great. The kid goes to the teacher. How did I do on the test? Well, how do you think you did on the test? I think I got an A. Okay, good work. That's a little weird. All right, Jonathan, I think we're approaching 4 a.m. here. I think we're almost done. It was, I think this does confirm why this channel is called Cult for Two. It is more interesting, more satisfying to play with another person. You can commiserate when you don't like the game, agree, disagree. I think if I had played this without anyone, without interacting with anyone, without anyone to bounce some of these things off of, it would have been a significantly more negative experience. That's a scary thought. Jonathan says, get subtitles on those videos. I think you could go further. Like, they must have had plans to make more videos and just never got around to it. It was very weird that 90% of the videos were just pure text. They didn't need to be a video. Like, we put in the film strip, right? And we got a little animation of the projector turning on and then just text. Put that on a sheet. That should have been a sheet like in Vienna Connection to read the transcripts. And the videos didn't need to be used for anything except where there was animation. And you could have had more background, gentle introduction to the lore of Dune, and maybe used as an opportunity to care about the characters. Like, if you want us to care about Junis or the different cartels, you could have given us some nice animated introductions to them that fleshed them out, that gave them some personality. That's an opportunity to do things that text can't, like give us some emotional connection to some of these characters or background story. Yep. All right. I think we should wrap up there. Jonathan, it has been a pleasure playing the game with you and talking about the game with you. And maybe we'll see you on another of these games, another of these playthroughs. I look forward to hearing what other people say. Jonathan says, great point. Maybe they voice and act a scene. Yeah, there you go. If we're supposed to care about these characters, these named characters, give us some video with those characters in it. Then we can hear that their accent's different. They look different. We can associate a face, an attitude towards a person. Maybe we'll develop some sympathy for them. Like, give us some connection to these characters. All right. I was going to make another point. Like in these YouTube videos, you always hear these people saying like, I want to hear feedback from you, or here's a question. And you always, at least I do, I get the feeling like, I get it. Like, yes, you were told that the more comments your video gets, the more views it gets. And so you have to ask for user feedback. You have to ask for engagement. So let's not do this. But it is true that there's some enjoyment from getting comments on videos and hearing how other people encounter these games. So if you feel like it, you can balance it out. You can give it a thumbs down and write a comment. And then you're balancing out the algorithms. You don't have to feel like you're artificially inflating stuff. All right, folks. We'll sign off here. Coming up on the channel, I'm not sure what's going to get played, but we have a couple videos that we haven't released yet. Greg and I did a quick review for Micro Macro, which is another little kind of detective game. And that'll go up next week. And there's a new Micro Macro expansion, second box coming out soon. That's going to be more of the same. So you might, like if you like these detectiving type games, Micro Macro is a completely different kind of thing, totally different experience. But if you watch the review, you'll find out we really like it quite a lot. And I also suggest you check out the review of Echoes. You could check out the Suspects review. You might look for my quick review of Dune House Secrets. I'll try to boil down, although I feel like I'm burned out from talking about it, but I'll try to boil down the essentials. All right, so we'll see you next time. Now I have to do my look away. I really need like a single button to do this, but I have to switch over to it. Okay, so I'll see you next time.